Καλημέρα σας. Σας καλωσορίζουμε στη δεύτερη μέρα του Συμποσίου μεταξύ Τοπίου και Αρχιτεκτονικής, ένα ανθεκτικό και βιώσιμο μέλλον. Είμαστε πολύ χαρούμενοι που το Συμπόσιο γίνεται σε αυτό το όμορφο νησί και σε αυτό το μοναδικό τοπίο της ΤΗΝΟΥ. Ακόμα μια φορά ευχαριστούμε το Μουσείο Κώστα Τσόκλη και τη Διευθύντρια του Μουσείου, κυρία Χρυσάνθη Κουτσουράκη. Η χθεσινή παρουσίαση είχε μεγάλη επιτυχία και μέσα από τη συζήτηση φτάσαμε σε ένα πολύ καλό σημείο. Στη δεύτερη μέρα του Συμποσίου θέλω να χαιρετήσω τους ακροατές μας που παρακολουθούν διαδικτυακά και όλους τους ομιλητές μας. Το λόγο δίνω στην κυρία Βαλέρια Μαζαράκη.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your attendance, and we are officially opening the second day of the symposium between landscape and architecture, a resilient and sustainable future. Very briefly, I'll give you the guidelines of this second day. As we have said, this session provides a comprehensive overview of the challenges and opportunities related to resilient design, highlighting good practices and differences between urban and rural landscapes with an interdisciplinary approach. Participants will discuss innovation in construction practices, highlighting the importance of using green technologies and sustainable materials suitable for urban and island contexts. A special focus will be devoted to the contribution of the new European Bauhaus, a European initiative that aims to merge aesthetics, sustainability, and inclusiveness in defining new operational tools for sustainable design in architecture and landscape. Through concrete examples and case studies, this session will explore how these principles can be applied to improve energy efficiency and promote biodiversity and human well-being, while respecting and enhancing the landscape and cultural identity. With that said, I want to introduce our first speaker, Yannis Esopos. Yannis is the chair of the Department of Architecture at the University of Patra. He has contributed a lot to the Greek architectural landscape. He has worked with Bernard Tsoumi architects in New York before coming back to Greece. And he's a regular member of the Central Council of Newer Monuments of the Ministry of Culture. He was the commissioner of Greece at the 2014 exhibition at Venice Biennale, and he has co-edited too many publications to name, but we are looking forward to Yannis's presentation today.
Thanks, Valeria. Good morning to everyone. My talk is titled The Artificiality of the Greek Landscape. Through a book that we did 25 years ago with my late colleague ΒΙΩΣΙMΟ titled Landscapes of Modernization, that was also presented as an exhibition at the Netherlands Architecture Institute in Rotterdam in 1999, and this is the Greek edition of the same book. We tried to research through their work and writings to understand the approach of Greek architects to the Greek landscape as associated with the processes of post-war modernization. And we tracked the continuous move towards the artificiality of the natural. In 1830, in London, the London Protocol is signed by the big powers of Europe, France, Britain, and Russia, and Greece becomes an independent state for the first time after 400 years of Ottoman occupation. In 1833, the Bavarian prince Otto arrives to Nafplion, Greece's first capital, as the first king of the new kingdom. Athens, at the end of the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th century, is still a small village of around 10,000 inhabitants around the Acropolis. However, given its significance and its glorious past, Athens is decided to be the new capital of the new state in 1834. It is planned as a neoclassical city, axes that lead to monuments. What is happening is that the symbolic connection of the modern Greek state to Greece's glorious past, this connection between the past and the present, is realized through neoclassical form. This is the first plan of Athens in 1833, designed by a Greek planner, Stamatis Kleanthis, who, by the way, was the owner of the quarry of green marble that is here in Tinos, and a Prussian planner, Eduard Schaubert, both disciples of Carl Friedrich Schinkel in Berlin. You can see that the plan is a monumental triangle that connects the edges of the triangle to the palace, and the perpendicular leads to the Acropolis. A small change of the plan comes a year later by German planner and architect Leo von Klenze. There are many proposals for the time. This is the most ambitious one. It's by Schinkel himself for a palace on the Acropolis. It was commissioned by King Ludwig of Bavaria, but never realized. But you can see the association between the new architecture of the time and the architecture of the classical Greek past. The best examples of this period are the so-called Athenian trilogy, the National Library to the left, the University of Athens in the center, and the Athens Academy to the right. All three designed by the Hansen brothers from Denmark, Copenhagen. This is the University of Athens, Christian Hansen, 1841. And this is the Athens Academy by his brother Theophilus some years later. This is the interior of the Athens Academy. However, in the 20th century, the significant increase in the territory of Greece at the beginning of the 20th century and the Asia Minor catastrophe in 1922, as well as the abandonment of the great idea. The great idea was the idea of expanding Greece's land to its previous past, necessitate the ideological reconstruction of Hellenism. You can see a map to the left, Greece in 1850, mid-19th century, and Greece in the early 20th century, which is pretty much the land that now the country occupies, except for the land in Asia Minor, which was lost a couple of years later. So this ideological reconstruction of Hellenism comes through the re-evaluation of tradition and the natural landscape. So there's a shift from a form, neoclassical form, that takes place in the 19th century to the tradition and the natural landscape. So the connection of modern Greece with its glorious past is no longer realized through neoclassical form, but through the Greek natural landscape. Writer Periklis Yiannopoulos, a significant figure of early 20th century, in his book, in his text entitled The Greek Line, Ελληνική Γραμμή, gives Greek nature cultural characteristics by linking it to the concept of Greekness. Asking his readers what they see when they look at the nature of Attica, Attica is the region of Athens, Yiannopoulos answers, an entire world. The Greek landscape becomes an expression of a wider system of order and discourse and offers cultural concreteness, i.e. identity, to the Greek nation. A key figure of this very first period is Dimitris Pikionis, architect Dimitris Pikionis. You can see him here looking at the land, at the landscape, which is the carrier of cultural identity, as already discussed. And here he is with his family, again walking on the land, on the landscape, and looking at the landscape. Landscape for Pikionis is a deep layer. It has depth because it carries with it meanings and the story of the past. In his sketches of the interwar period, the afterwar period, from 1940 to 1950, called Attica. Piccionis depicts this connection between the landscape that we walk on and the underground world, the chthonic powers, which of course are also connected with Greek mythology. Snakes, different deities from history. And in the back you can see also the landscape, the mountains, the Acropolis. He writes in his text, Sentimental Topography, 1935, the progress of the body over this embossed tape, that is the ground, is joyful. This desert path is infinitely superior to the boulevards of the big cities, because with its every aspect, with its bends, the infinite changes of the perspective of the space it presents, it teaches us the divine essence of individuality subordinated to the harmony of the whole. We study the spirit that emerges from places. The spirit is the key word. The landscape is cultural, carries the past, the history, and the spirit of the people who lived on it, and offers harmony and integration into a wider order of things. His seminal work, of course, you probably know it already, is the landscaping of the Acropolis and Philopappus Hills, 1951-1957. He creates a new layer, a new carpet of new materials like concrete, and reused old materials like marble from tearing down of neoclassical houses. He collects this kind of remnants from the past and combines them into a new layer which connects present and past. This is what he's trying to do. And these are images from this very project. An interesting picture here is this one, because you can see that the pre-existing landscape, these rocks that were there before Piccionis' intervention, appear through the new layer. So they actually present themselves as the pre-existing condition that is in contact dialogue, continuous dialogue with the new. However, in the 50s and 60s, a significant turning point takes place. It has to do with the post-war modernization. Cities and natural landscapes are modernized. In the cities, we witness an extensive urbanization that has to do with the repetition of the urban unit of the polykatikia. And this is another book we did again with ΒΙΩΣΙΜΟ in 2001 called The Contemporary Greek City. And this is the second edition of the same book, where we actually try to research the significance of this repetition of a polykatikia. This is a polykatikia of Takis and Netos, 1960. So the city is actually produced by the infinite repetition of the unit. And this is a photograph of Athens from one of its hills, the Turkovounia, by Erieta Tali, 2001. And another one by Panos Kokinias at the same year, where you see how the Greek city is actually the product of this repetition. But what happens in the landscape, not in the cities? Tourism is the key point, the key element that modernizes the landscape, the natural landscape. This is one of my favorite images. It's an image of the landscape of Megali Akti Beach in Vouliagmeni around the 1960. What we now see as a natural landscape of a beach landscape was actually constructed by these machines. And of course now nobody knows it was never like that in the past. It wasn't like that in the past. And this is another image of Asteria Beach nearby in Glyfada, where the first venues, the first construction of beachfront tourism facilities appear. In the back you can see the city is still not there. This was the work of another book called Tourism Landscapes, Remaking Greece. It was the Greek participation to the Venice Biennale in 2014, 10 years ago. And this is the book. And these are images from the Greek pavilion Giardini in Venice. This is a layout of the exhibition of the walls of the pavilion, where we tried to, among others, we tried to document through the help of two photographers, Georgis Gerolibos and Panos Kokinias, the transformation and the degrees of artificiality and the human intervention in the landscape associated with tourism. So you can see here a kind of more pristine virgin nature, patterns of nature, in many ways virgin, but then the first intervention of humans in the form of dry walls, the ephemeral use of landscape by tourism and the beach. But then you can also see the first scars, the first intervention of architecture, of construction in the landscape, unfinished buildings, and gradually more and more constructions on the landscape. This is Mykonos, and more construction that tourism brings about that can actually lead to a new form of urbanization. This is Mykonos, where you can no longer distinguish the different areas, the different villages. It all has become a kind of continuous urban plankton covering the entire natural landscape. A key figure of this period is architect Aris Konstantinidis, whose work reflects the dilemmas and insecurities of post-war modernization. His work is modern, however, it is produced in reference to tradition and is based on craftsmanship and emerges from the natural landscape. So Konstantinidis is a kind of transitional figure for this period, which is a period of transition anyway. His references have to do with vernacular architecture. He goes to Mykonos many years before tourism appears, 1947, and he sketches these rural houses that actually extend into the landscape. They're not just volumes, they include outdoor space, and this is the sketches of the plans that he does. He sketches different vernacular anonymous structures along the beachfronts, like this shed in Lucha, in eastern Attica. He is interested very much in the anonymous builders and how anonymous architecture could actually bring about what he calls the real architecture, true architecture. He says, true architectural work cannot exist without a finite location, as it cannot be created without the people who live in each environment. One of his most well-known works is the Xenia Hotel in Mykonos, where he combines modern materials like exposed concrete, painted white though, because of the cyclades, and masonry walls built in the old craftsmanship way. He says, the first object of care in good and true architecture is to relate the construction harmoniously with the landscape. His probably most well-known work is this little house in Anavissos in Attica, 1961-62, that seems to arise from the rocky landscape. And this is, for him, a kind of paradigmatic work. For him, his work is a modern and spatially rational architecture that incorporates the lessons of tradition. It's an elaboration and development of a single type, aiming at a perfected form. And this is the view from the house towards the sea. In the work of Konstantinidis, the resident remains in a static position, contemplatively coexisting with the natural landscape. The other key figure of the same period, only a decade younger, is Takis Zenetos, 1926-1977. Zenetos is a different figure. In his very early works, he already starts to draw his projects in a way that refer to a kind of landscape condition, however, designed. In his houses, like this one in Glyfada, now demolished, 1961, he presents this kind of rocky formation in the garden as if these rocks were there in advance. He says, the existing natural terrain is not inviolable to which we must adapt. On the contrary, there is a possibility of a design of the natural environment, a sculpture of the ground, which is constructed just like the architecture it is going to receive. So you already see the shift from the reference to nature that Konstantinidis and of course previously Pikionis, and how nature is something we should preserve and we should celebrate, to this new approach of Zenetos, who actually already announces that the natural landscape could be designed and constructed just like architecture. Freed from references to tradition, craftsmanship and materiality, Zenetos seeks technological innovation and the possibilities of new materials. What emerges is the possibility to produce the constructed, the artificial. This is a house he designs in Psychiko, a suburb of Athens, 1961, where he designs the lot, the ground of the house, to make the house actually feel suspended or flying. The ground is carved and designed to allow for underground parking and gives the house the sense of being suspended. One of his seminal works is this house, now demolished, in Kavouri, Attica, to the south of Athens, 1964, 1967, where you see the plan that turns towards the best view of the sea. So, and this is his sketches. He had a fantastic hand, freehand sketches. The natural landscape is designed to accommodate the house that interacts with it in plan and section. My attempt, he says, was to integrate the interior with the environment with no clear dividing line between the two, for the sake of both the resident himself and the man in the street. Zenetos is no longer referring to an a priori cultural landscape that gives meaning to architecture, but to a landscape that must be understood scientifically in order to be designed, conceived as artificial. This is the view from the house. You see that the house is a viewing machine. In a way, it has to do with the pleasure of viewing. And this is a very nice photograph of Zenetos himself, without his top, without his shirt, and the owner on the balcony of the same house, which is still unfinished. The natural is transformed into an image that offers pleasure. The house is a viewing machine. By turning to the optimal view, it maximizes pleasure. The inhabitant is now suspended. You remember that in Konstantinidis, the inhabitant was sitting on the ground. He was static, contemplating the nature. Here, the inhabitant is no longer on the ground. He's suspended. He has been elevated from the ground, freed from the constraints of the ground. He's enjoying, through architecture, the spatial and visual experience of nature. These are some other projects of Zenetos. This is a house never realized in Laonisi, to the south of Athens, 1965, which he starts to design his projects that look like natural formations, in a way. The house is no longer kind of a box or a clear geometric volume, but it's more a natural landscape, of course designed in this case. This is the plan of the house. Architecture as a design landscape, so architecture becomes a design landscape in which natural and artificial coexist. I will show now two projects that have to do with tourism that Zenetos designs in 1966-67 for a location near Rethymno in Crete that were never actually realized, but they are really interesting. It's really interesting work and puts forward a new approach to Greek architecture and the landscape. The first one is called Plakias. This is the book that Zenetos produces for the development of the project. It's a natural landscape. You can see the photograph. And he does a kind of scientific analysis of the landscape. He records its elements, understanding its possibilities, reinterpreting, redesigning. He produces this book in a kind of exhaustive, analytic, extra-analytic, scientific recording and understanding, learning from. We were discussing yesterday, learning from. He's trying to learn from the site. He does this map of climatic data, the topography, of course, the geological and mineral map. He does this little sketch, which is a fantastic sketch for me. You can see some sand dunes, sand hills, and some trees. And he says, the caption says, cabins hidden behind artificial sand hills. This is the epitome of artificiality. I mean, there's no building. You can see nothing. You can see a landscape where the architect says that the structure, the architecture is behind this landscape, so it's hidden. But even the landscape that you see is also artificial. So he has really gone a long way. This is the village that he proposed for Plakias. And this is the Liakota, the sun porches, he calls them, an extensive resort, housing resort for a waterfront area. And you can see here how the landscape has been geometricized. It has become geometrical shapes. In a way, the architecture has become a geometric landscape. More of this project, the Liakota, another version of a tourist habitation, which is suspended from the rocky formation of the site, not looking towards the sea, this one. And the second project, which is done pretty much at the same period and is presented a year later, is for the same area nearby, Plakias. It's called Agia Galini, again for Rethymno in Crete. And in the book, he again produces this master plan. He presents a technical seismological map, a geological and mineral map, a soil map, and he says, an effort was made to find a building system that would adapt to the natural environment and the topography of the area. The proposed layout uses the original arrangements of terraces for crops in mountainous terrain, pezoules, according to the local dialect. Pezoules is the dry walls that we see here in Tinos everywhere, and of course they have them also in Crete and in many other islands of the Aegean, and they were, as you probably very well know, they were constructions that used no mortar. They were dry constructions of stones, and they were used to create plateaus, horizontal plateaus, in order that the land could be cultivated. So he, Zenetos, takes the reference to these structures in order to redesign, to reinterpret these structures into his architecture. And he creates all these drawings of these geometricized plateaus where he places his architectural proposals. And he works a lot, and he does a lot of detailing. If you see these little sketches to the right in the red ellipse, we can see them here. He even has thought out a system where these pre-constructed, prefabricated housing modules could arrive to the site and placed on an interface of concrete slabs, horizontal concrete slabs that would be put on the landscape to create the base for the placement of these houses. And he says that these houses could be added if the project is successful. If you need more housing units, you could add them. If you want less, then you could take them away. more drawings for the project. This is a hotel for 300, with 300 beds plan, and you can see these fantastic drawings to the bottom of the page. He says, he writes, in the existing settlement, it is proposed to restore the old buildings and create new ones in a kind of scenery, he says, local architecture after special research. So he even produces drawings which show additions to the existing buildings, which somehow simulate, I could say, because he mentions that as a scenery. So he simulates, he mimics, in a way, the old pre-existing architecture. This project, this slide is called Waterfront of the Old City, a survey of existing condition to the bottom, diagram of the reconstructions and addition to the top. So, in order to slowly conclude, nature is designed, the landscape is geometricized, the terraces are reinterpreted as concrete surfaces, the concrete slabs act as an interface between the artificial and the geometricized natural landscape. In the process of modernization, Xenetos moves away from the perception of the natural landscape as a carrier of cultural identity, as was the case of Pikionis or Konstantinidis. For him, for Xenetos, landscape is a carrier of data, multiple characteristics that, once understood and recorded, can allow for their reinterpretation, redesign. In a way, what we see is that the natural has become artificial, and the landscape has become architecture, and of course this, inverted, could be described as architecture has become landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanni. We will continue with Viron Gabarakis. Viron is a seasoned senior administrator with over 20 years of experience in regional development at the European Commission. With his lecture, we will get a different perspective from the policy-making aspect. He has a proven track record in driving strategic growth and innovation across European projects. He has led initiatives to enhance regional network infrastructures in public transport, urban regeneration, and projects of the new European Bauhaus, an initiative by the European Commission. He has contributed to the formulation and execution of regional development policies through the negotiation of EU funding programs, aligning investments with EU strategic goals. In recent years, he has promoted sustainable and inclusive urban development in Greece and has played a pivotal role in implementing the new European Bauhaus initiative in the Athens Metropolitan Park at the Falliro Bay. Thank you, Viron.
Thank you. Thank you all. Kalimera. This is a nice moment to see the symposium. I have had the opportunity to work with both professors Alessandro Villari and Yannis Esopos in reviewing this Falliro project, a metropolitan park that Ms. Pagalu referred to yesterday. This will be a game changer for Athens, I believe, and at last in a city which is not so well endowed in green and open spaces, we might be able to create something new on the waterfront that will be resilient, sustainable, and attractive to the people. The review is still going on, so we have not finished, but maybe before the end of the year we can announce the EU financing for the park. In this, we worked with the new European Bauhaus concept. What is new European Bauhaus is an idea to make change possible. So The idea behind comes from the early 20s. Mazaraki mentioned that yesterday. So Bauhaus was a movement. And what we are looking now is how that movement could inspire a change to address some of the big challenges we are facing: the environmental degradation, climate change, social inequality, and to create more sustainable living, just to name a few of the challenges. In our discussions yesterday, I noted that change is not easy, and that is probably the biggest challenge we are facing. We've seen the pictures earlier and yesterday of how the landscape and the cities and the urban environment has changed our ways of life. And basically we live in closed walls. And the point in our connection to all this is now to shift the idea into something new, that we can enjoy the view that is beautiful, provide a sense of beauty to the people, make the conditions sustainable. What we see is not what we get, so we need to create the conditions for something that is that improves everyday life and bring the people together. That's the essence of the new European Bauhaus idea, which indeed I should say maybe is not the best choice as a title, as a logo. Now the colors are there, but the title may create negative reactions. Now, at the end of the day, what matters is what is invisible. And I think we've heard that yesterday, and we've seen it, and we have this beautiful painting by Kostas Tsoklis. I don't know where he's seen it, but this is part of the invisible. He gives us part of his soul to see new ideas around us, and it's invisible, the soul of people. We don't know what they think. We make guesses about what they think. And the other difficulty is the microcosm. We don't see it. It's not visible. And the identity we are trying to create, but is it there? It's shifting, it's changing. So all this is the idea behind NEB, to create a movement of dialogue, of discussion, and we are very happy to join you today in the conference, the symposium, that go out and discuss and speak with the people and try to exchange ideas, and this is the essence of our approach. In NEB, I think my colleagues maybe have missed the title, but they have done a good job in creating an open environment. So we are not there to judge this is good, this is bad. We are looking at the process. How do you get there? How do we can connect the space, not yet, the space, how we can improve technology, design new products, and have nature closer to the people. And it's an open platform. So like the symposium, it's not to make a decision on who is right and who is wrong, but it's to make a discussion, discuss about the issues we are facing. So if I may go to the next slide, I have a very odd picture. Now, the light is not very strong. You might see, it's a funny one. This is a little video I made this summer. It's a little mouse that is, I don't know, we don't have, it should have been a little bit darker to see that it's in fear. It's afraid and wants to do a movement from A to B and doesn't know if this is safe. And it runs and it keeps an equilibrium. This is on a wire. Can you imagine walking on a wire? We cannot. The little mice do that. It reaches the next stage, and the area is very dangerous because it's full of cables, and then it, nevertheless, it reaches the objective from A to B. I put this video on to illustrate the situation today. We are in a similar way facing the same situations. We want to go from A to B, but we are afraid. And we want to go from A to B, and there are difficulties, there are obstacles. You cannot go there easily. And then when you reach B, you're not sure if that's exactly the place you wanted to be, because there is more. Okay, so I'm not going to continue on philosophizing on an early Saturday morning, but I wanted you to get into the same thinking that really by exploring ideas and new ways, we may get to a better place from A to B, and B is not going to be the end road, it's just a step. But it's important to do this step, and this is what is about our new European Bauhaus Symposium. Now, sustainable, I think we all agree that we are facing serious problems. The urban heat islands. This summer in Greece you had scorching 40, 45, 43 degrees. You cannot live in these conditions. We don't have enough public spaces. Why we don't have enough public spaces? It's weird. It's totally unhuman. Why are we limiting public space so dramatically just to park your cars? This is what is happening in our towns today. We have beautiful cities, and everywhere you go, you'll see the public space being taken up by the cars. And the natural resources. All of Greece is now in an agony about the lack of water. Is Athens going to have enough water in the next 2-3 years? And where should that water come from? Because of course a city without water cannot continue, and life without water is not imaginable. Look at the desert. So what is happy is that crises exist to make us think of what we need to change. So being more sustainable, I think we reached the stage where people do understand that we need to be more open to change. And what architects and planners can do is to, with their work, with their thinking, with their proposals, reverse this trend and make these places better for everyone to live in. I note in the sketches, and yesterday's again, apparently architects are very good in design, but in their designs and the plans, and those also that urban plans and rural plans, you don't see people anywhere. You don't see them. It's all about the space, the structures, the research, the data, but where is the people? Now, we need the people to be at the center stage and be on the forefront. People need to see that they are in a beautiful environment, it's good, all these things about functionality being suspended. All this is nice, huh? I'm not against it. I love all this in reality. But what matters is our well-being. When you reach there, or when you are there, do you have a good quality of life? Unfortunately, what we see is a lot of inequality and very ugly things. Cities in many areas, go to Patricia, are monotonous. They don't have a soul. It's like being in an urban desert. This was the design of planners and architects. And what we are trying to, we will not achieve it. We go from A to B. It's a journey, but what is important is to give to our cities the vibrancy of people living there, not of people in a closed box that we don't know if they live well and they are happy. And in that respect, I think the key word of NEB is not about the beautiful and sustainable, it's about being together. That is, I think, the real challenge. And putting people together may be the most difficult one. As I said, we don't know what people are thinking. And sometimes people become very aggressive as a whole. If you have seen manifestations or even games, football is characteristic. But still, it's an it's an explosion of emotions. So I think it's important to get all these emotions and all these people back into the streets, into the city, and encourage the social interaction and the cultural expression. Why are we afraid to say who we are and what we do? We should not be afraid to say who we are and what we do. And people, now social media is a catastrophe. As I see it, they are depriving people of their identity because we are all in a seek of images, create artificial images of who we probably may have liked to be, but we are not. And get them out, get them in the streets. And this is why this Faliero project is important for Athens, because it's a game changer. When we saw the old designs were of the school of making very good designs, but they had forgotten the people altogether. I have to say something relevant. You may have seen in the picture yesterday that Eli Pangalu, I didn't have it easily on my computer, so I didn't put it up. You have this waterfront, and there are 3 or 4 piers that stand into the sea. When you see a pier, at least for me, is a way to walk, and the next thing you want to do is to jump into the water so that you enjoy the seawater. It's summer, it's heat. Kids, I have plenty of pictures since I saw that design of kids and people jumping into the water on all kinds of waterfronts. It was not possible. The piers are at 3.5 meters above sea level. If you jump, some may do, most will not. You cannot go back. There are no ladders. You are just left in the Faliero Bay, which is very beautiful, but still you are left out. The park itself, there was no planning for noise. A park is a place to rest. We asked the Greek authorities to measure. They did some measurements. The noise from the street, because there is a big street for those who know the area that crosses the area, was between 90, the measurements, 90 decibel to 100 decibel. Who would like to go to a park where instead of hearing the birds, I mean, I'm not describing an idyllic situation, but still, You want to rest, you want to hear the sea, you want to enjoy the air. It was not there. The design is meant to create a link between the city and the coast, bring the city to the coast. Well, I can tell you that before you reach the city, you had to cross 6 lanes of an expressway called Ethnarchou Makariou. If you are ever in that area, please have a look. You cannot cross. You have the 6 lanes plus the tram line. Imagine a mother with her child that wants to go to the park. Would she feel safe? Definitely not. Would she take risks to cross? Certainly yes. So all this is just to tell you that beautiful designs are beautiful, and I'm always amazed by the quality of the work of many architects. But if we don't put together the people to see people with disabilities, would they be able to cross? Why do we exclude them? Have we thought that people with disabilities face even more difficulties than we face ourselves in our daily lives? So this is about being together, and as I said, for us is the key word in our new European Bauhaus approach. Now, I don't want to bully you with too many nice words. If we look at the 3 strands, there are a few examples, or many examples. Actually, the encouraging message is that people are trying, and architects and designers are trying to make changes. And one very striking example is the super blocks in Barcelona. This is the easiest, simplest way of representing it. What is it about? Is to cut the streets in the middle. So if you look at the box, the traffic now is in all directions, up, down, left, right. And the idea is to cut the traffic, ban traffic, allow bicycles or simple transport of goods, not with lorries and and heavy cars, and open the space to the people. So instead of having a big box with many cars parked all around, where people are pedestrians have difficulty to cross, these are small units. Is not a neighborhood, is to create small units of urban urban quarters, 400 to 400. 400 meters, you can walk. It's not very big. But it makes a difference because the idea is to put the priority on the people, prioritizing people and not the cars. Cars are used very few hours a day. In reality, if you count, you use your car not more than 2 hours per day to do some back and forth, and maybe some days you don't even use the car. If you live in the city, you don't have to use the car. And the other aspect, which is very interesting in how the municipality of Barcelona is working, is to open it to the people. So they are asking the people to come with ideas, what they want in their area. What would be your priorities for this new model? And actually, it's being developed. So it took a lot of time to reach that, but it's there. Now, in rural transformation, yes, press the button. Just click. Okay. Voila. This is a scenic picture. Actually, a similar one was used for the Biennale, I didn't know, by Yannis, I suppose. We have a new initiative in Greece, the Greco Islands. So this is an initiative we are backing from the Commission, and this is the logo. The idea is to help the small islands, the very small islands, with less than 3,000 inhabitants, with fragile territories, to move to a sustainable present. So the money has been allocated. There is a selection of 40 islands, not ΤΗΝΟΥS. ΤΗΝΟΥS is a big island for the local people. But the idea is there, and this is the intention. Now, we have not had much investment yet, because they are doing all the studies, the preparatory studies, because of course, moving from the tools we have, which all work fine, you clean the water, you do things, we have wind farms, we have all kinds, but you have to adapt them to the local conditions, and that's not easy. So that is one example that we are very proud of, that we are working with the Greek government to promote. Another interesting example is in Milano. You are Italian, the Porto di Mare Eco District. It's about the urban-rural transformation, creating a new satellite city in a way outside Milan, where the complex will allow to have a self-sufficient ecological area. So people in 15 minutes, this is the idea, the 15-minute walk, they can do everything. It's new. It got the prize in 2021 for the new European Bauhaus, and it's moving on. So although NEB may sound nebulous, there are things on the ground that work. Now, what about cohesion policy? This is me. I'm representing the funding sources. We are happy to see in our programs, each region has a program, a regional program. We are happy to support the investment. So no doubt, if there is a new European Bauhaus project, we encourage the authorities to take the initiative. There is a small tool, the Urban Innovative Actions, which regularly provides calls for NEB support. So there is a network of people working on this. And there is the forthcoming next year, it will be announced like January, the next round of new European Bauhaus prizes. We have not seen the criteria, how they want to set it up, but it's something very useful because there is a prize and there is a competition and people are encouraged to make public their projects. So in this platform, which is open, you can see material and get inspiration. So we have a multiplying effect. Now, I don't want to take more time from you. I will just show my last slide, which is about the, how to go about it. So what we have said is that we encourage the managing authorities that make the programs to include calls for projects, because we are in a dialogue, we are in an exchange. If there is not a call, there won't be any project, and money is available. And the second is, of course, in the criteria, you make a call. Put some of these ideas in the call. Make it open in a way that people, it's about inclusion. If people see it's about inclusion, I'm not saying they will have the perfect solution, but they will think about it. So the selection criteria, when you have, is very important. Put the criteria, and you might get interesting proposals. It might not be the proposals the mayor likes. It might not be the proposals the opposing party in a city council will like. But it's interesting. Let's get the dialogue. Let's get things moving. And of course, there are tools where you can already projects which have been launched can be reconsidered and enriched. So, to conclude, I thank you very much. I have put because you will distribute the slides, the European Bauhaus link. It's a great experience to have this opportunity to discuss with you, and we can only encourage you all to work in from A to B. Let's get all to the next step. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Viron. I think we will take a short break before we go to the second session of the morning. How long is the break? Do you want to? We will reconvene at 11:30. Yeah, 20 minutes. Yeah. We are starting the second session of the morning with Professor Alessandro Villari. Alessandro is an architect with a PhD in landscape architecture. He's a professor in landscape architecture at the University of Reggio Calabria. His interests have led him to investigate the experimental and innovative values in the intersection of architecture and landscape, with a focus on landscape design and in combination with the environment and ecology. His design research activities mainly through his participation in architectural competitions, collaborations, seminars and workshops at Italian and foreign university institutions. Today, Alessandro will present a paper on tourism against landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Valeria. Oh, good morning, everyone. So, I am glad to Yannis Esopos because he has introduced the theme of the relationship between tourism and landscape and architecture. My presentation today intends to reflect on one of the phenomena that its recent years is transforming many communities in the world. I think it's easy to talk about the landscape on this island, is maintain its identity, but in reality is not always like this one. So, okay. I'm really pleased to participate in this first seminary. It's a natural environment not yet subject to Anthropocene pressure due to the mass tourism. This gives me good hope that there are still my areas on our territories where the relationship between human action and nature is still sustainable. It's true that even this small island and undergone many transformations. Just look around to admire the total transformation of territory with an harmonious system of terrace. It's closed? No. It's close. Okay. In my presentation, I will talk about the relationship between tourism and landscape in the era in which mass tourism is having a significant impact on community and natural environments. In the contemporary era, tourism has taken on a global dimension, transforming itself from an elitist phenomenon to an experience accessible to a large portion of the population. However, this unprecedented expansion has had profound consequence for local communities and natural environment. Exploring the relationship between tourism and landscape becomes, therefore, crucial to understand how mass tourism is changed not only the economy and the culture of tourism destination, but also the ecological balance and the quality of life of the inhabitants. This presentation aims to analyze this dynamic, highlighting the challenges and opportunities that emerge from the comparison between tourism enhancement and landscape preservation in a context in which sustainability must be at the center of a future choice. Finally, I will focus on the concept of biological closure from tourism, the same used for fishing in the Mediterranean Sea, which probably has already been observed during the pandemic in the only possible tool to restore a balance of the environment and communities. So I start with a little story. Before understanding how the transformation of the landscape in favor of tourism are inevitable, destroying many of the most fragile territories, I would like to introduce the theme of provisionality. Legend has in that an elderly lady suffering from rheumatism who is said to have been called Fräulein von Horsen, entered the Rostock Wilhelm Butterland Basket Workshop in the spring in 1882. She asked him for a place that would protect her from the wind and the sun so that she could stay on the Baltic beach despite her illness. Batman made her a single-seater wicker beach chair, which she covered with fabric. So, this chair, probably little known in the Mediterranean Sea, is the best of the all invention of the last century for beach holidays. It has become the symbol of sustainable tourism. With it was also able to modify it without destroying it. The small dunes around the chairs have redesigned the landscape on the coast temporality. The sun, carried by the wind, will soon return to its natural condition. So, although tourism's historical roots can be traced back to human tradition to cultural phenomena, the seven wonders of the world and the Grand Tour, the natural environment has been an object of desire for Western tourists since at last the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Today, the natural environment represents a significant part of the tourism experience. The demand for nature experience, whether at the seaside, in the mountains, or in the rainforest, has brought tourism and tourists and tourism developers to the farthest corners of the earth. While this phenomenon has made the world seem like a smaller planet, has brought more inhabitants into tourism-based economy. It also to be accompanied by a number of impacts, both positive and negative. Over-tourism refers to a phenomenon in which number of visitors to tourist destinations exceeds the environmental, infrastructural, and social carrying capacity of the place. In this year, European tourism data show that despite the pandemic has stopped travel, there is an increase between 2019 and 2024 of 4%. The growth trend of tourism in coming years will be more than 10% in the coming year. Millions of tourists will invade the most fragile areas on the European continent, and for this reason, it will be necessary to carry out the new intervention. The consumption of land and therefore the degradation of landscape will be increasing with inevitable consequence. Yes, I know. It's clear the journey is a moment of reflection and above all of getting to know new territories. The journey is an invitation to escape, synonymous with unconditional freedom. It is a source of emotion, of discoveries, readings, and interpretation, I think. A cultural and social aware has started to protect the identity of the territories. Protests are now frequent, especially in urban context. We are witnessing a phenomenon now known in the news as NIMBY syndrome, not in my backyard, which feeds for a part of the population a strong resistance to huge presence of tourism. In opposition motivated by the fear of negative effect on the environment, risk to the health or safety of the inhabitants, or reduction in the identity of territories and communities. Yes, a cultural war. After all, it seems strange to talk about war considering that the first form of tourism are therefore of hospitality for military derives precisely from a war. During the Dettingen war in Bavaria in 1743 that the first military agency in Europe was born, which dealt with reception and winter supplies and suitable accommodation for English troops. Richard Cox founded his own company that dealt with logistics and general well-being of the soldiers. It is ultimately a primordial form of tourism organization. The first one, big agency, big company in general sense, was founded by Thomas Cook and Son. Was born with the arrival on the railway in 1841. It was the company's first excursion was a one-day train journey from Leicester to Loughborough and back. The price of shilling included a meal. This has been described as the world's first tour package. The cost of this first journey was 1 shilling. After they made many travel, many journey for the tourists around the world. Also in Japan, India, and in some place this one. So, because why I speak about tourism against landscape? The landscape has been transformed in this new century. This beautiful image shows us that in the 17th there was a relationship between city and nature in a city like New York, that those years had the greatest urban development trend in the world. All this happened before the construction of Battery Park City. There were still more places of nature within our cities. Wow, so we are in Greece now. Those were different times. Now we are witnessing the disappearance of the natural landscape and the community that inhabit it. The comparison between these two images makes it clear how the territories are changing their structure in favor of an ever-increasing economic identity. Is giving way to enormous tourist pressure. In the last 2 years, more than 50 retail businesses, greengrocers, butchers, shoemakers, fishmongers, have turned into catering business. The houses around have been abandoned by the residents and their houses transformed into hotels in different ways. Obviously, the phenomenon affects a large European city. Mass tourism, while a significant source of economic income for many regions, has brought with the number of negative consequences, especially for local communities and the natural and man-made landscape. Below, I explore these issues in depth, highlighting some concrete examples. There are many consequences about the mass tourism. The mass tourism, we call it, in this moment, we call it over-tourism. So this phenomenon is very, very too strong for our identity, for the identity for the many cities, for many natural places. There are many inconveniences. For the resident communities, transforming of the natural landscape and the population and are no longer able to absorb new transformation. The question that I said is what to do. I want to present you, to present you a new tourism fish. The rabbit fish. The rabbit fish is a tourist in the Mediterranean Sea. We could call him a bad tourist. Due to climate change and enormous warning for the water, the rabbit fish has invaded Mare Nostrum the Mediterranean Sea, destroying more than 700 communities of fish in the Mediterranean Sea. It is a tourism that is radically causing the population, whose consequence will be a definitive change of the seascape. Marine desertification is taking place. So, the rabbit fish is like our tourist in our territory. Not only is rabbit fish destroying marine fauna, but there is a 19% depletion rate of marine biodiversity in the Mediterranean due to the excessive exploitation of resources. For this reason, the European Commission and individual member states have adopted the organic closure with the hope of a natural recovery of biodiversity and vital fishing every year. In relationship to tourism, should some of the world's endangered places be off limits to tourists? It is a reasonable hypothesis in this sense should be the stop to tourism and therefore the stop to all intervention for transformation of the most fragile territories, landscape. COVID has already shown us that it could be a useful mechanism for the conservation of the landscape and its biodiversity. So, speaking about the tourism, it's incredible for me because we are in ТΗНУ. Then we can only talk about the landscape, and this is the time to reaffirm the principle of landscape as cultural asset. The result of certification and action carried out in a substantially dialectical way between man and nature. The landscape as a cultural asset in narration, recognizability, and as such in the central to definition and evolution of social identity, not only local. A complexity that we find not only on how the landscape itself is told, but also on how it is perceived, appreciated, experienced. So thinking about green tourism, whether it's seaside or mountain, is a delicate moment like the one where our experience requires a lot of attention and above all, not to chase hasty reopening. So, it's clear that a new approach is needed. Towards sustainable tourism, in this context, it's become crucial to reconsider the tourism development model, shifting the focus towards forms of tourism that respect the natural and social limits of destination. The concept of biological closure introduced the idea of the biological closure of tourism as a necessary measure to allow the landscape to regenerate, thus protecting the natural and cultural heritage of the most vulnerable area. A new approach to tourism must respect the intrinsic value of the landscape, which is considered a cultural and natural asset. This means going behind the concept of the simple tourism attraction to embrace practices that preserve and enhance the complexity of this asset. Restoration of identity of landscape. Plan projects that involve local communities in the management and protection of the landscape, as is the case with the Sustainable Tourism Project in the Swiss Alps, where residents manage tourism activities in a way that protect their natural and cultural environment. Use of temporary or light infrastructure. To manage the tourism influx without leaving permanent marks on the landscape. This is in several mountain and seaside resorts, where tourist facilities are dismantled at the end of the season, allowing the landscape to regenerate. Small intervention for enhancers of the landscape. Policy of small intervention. In Norway, at example, the combination of minimal architecture and landscape has led to projects that enhance natural resources while maintaining a reduced environmental impact. One of the most well-known examples is the Norwegian Scenic Routes, a tourism infrastructure project that integrates architecture and landscape along the country's scenic roads. So, in this year, we start a research how the architectural intervention can be combined, how combine the architecture with the landscape. In this sense, we made studies with my students in this direction. I mistake the. So sorry. So I finished. Okay. In conclusion, the relationship between tourism and landscape requires deep reflection and renewed awareness of the environment and cultural implication. The landscape is not just a physical place, but a stratified cultural asset, the result of historical interaction between man and nature. Sustainable tourism must respect its complexity, avoiding transformations that compromise the identity of a place and their natural resources. Minimal architectural projects such as those developed in Norway demonstrated that it's possible to enhance the landscape without disfiguring it, creating structures that integrate harmoniously with the environment and promote a respectful and conscious tourism experience. However, to counter over-tourism, it's also necessary to think about more drastic measures, such as temporary biological stoppage, to allow the landscape to regenerate. We must aim for tourism models that are not only based on the intensive exploitation of resources, but they know how to give value to time, slowness, and the preservation of local peculiarities. All in this way can we ensure the future generation can continue to enjoy that landscape without compromising the logical and cultural balance that characterize them. I want to conclude with a big lesson for me, for Italo Calvino. Yes. So I want to conclude with this presentation with the words of Italo Calvino. For Calvino said in the American lesson, he made a lesson for the accuracy. So he said, it not exist the accuracy, but is the way for us to go in this direction. And for me, this direction is to find the balance between architecture and nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandro. Our next speaker Our next speaker is Professor Gianluca Pelufo. Gianluca worked as a researcher at the Faculty of Architecture of Genoa, at the IULM University Milan, at the Faculty of Architecture of COR, ENA from 2019, and as an academic of the School of Fine Arts of Perugia in 2018. Since then, he is a visiting professor of architecture at ENAM, École Nationale d'Architecture de Marrakech. For his cultural activity in 2003, he was awarded the title Benemerito della Scuola dell'Architettura by the Ministry of Cultural Heritage and Activities. The characteristics of his work include the firm belief that architecture can change the world, that happiness is the aim of the architectural work, and that every building, whatever its function or client, has a public role and meaning. The main place of work and cultural reception of the historic studio of Lucio Fontana in Ambisola represents the choice of genealogical continuity in the contemporary world through the practice and promotion of dialogue among the arts, architecture, and the soul. Please welcome Gianluca. He is going to give part of his lecture in Italian, so Mr. Choklis can follow him and respond.
Okay, a few words in English. And first of all, I want to thank all of you and the organization and Cassandra and Alessandro, and all the organization was really great to be here for me. And yesterday, I'm an architect, so yesterday was very interesting, also today morning, to listen to this work around the landscape. And of course, I'm not a landscaper, so I will try to explain you what is my feeling about the relation with nature as an architect. And if you agree, I will speak in Italian because I want Maestro to understand. And so I hope you can accept these slides will be in English, so you can read it. Noi qui siamo tutti, diciamo, abbiamo tutti una genealogia, che è quella di questo luogo, che conosciamo ovviamente più o meno bene. Quello che ieri avrei voluto dire, poi non siamo riusciti a, diciamo, non sono riuscito a spiegare, è che c'è un aspetto fondamentale nel nostro lavoro che è legato proprio a questo luogo. Noi abbiamo, e forse il landscape sta un po' subendo questa impostazione, noi stiamo subendo un'impostazione anglosassone molto forte, che è un'impostazione per cui etica ed estetica sono separate, no? Misteriosamente, no? Ma non troppo misteriosamente, nel senso che la cultura anglosassone, che poi deriva da una cultura puritana, ci dice che esiste un'etica collettiva, che è un'etica del denaro, prima di tutto, e che le estetiche sono personali. La nostra cultura diceva e credeva fermamente invece che etica ed estetica fossero collegate, cioè che esistesse un'estetica collettiva e un'etica collettiva. Allora, il lavoro dell'architetto credo che in questo momento abbia proprio questo scopo, cioè di ritornare a collegare etica ed estetica. Personalmente, ma credo che sia una cosa che tutti possiamo condividere, non credo che possano esistere etiche che non hanno una traduzione estetica. E questo credo che nel landscape sia un aspetto molto importante su cui ragionare, nel senso che necessariamente se esiste un'etica della natura, del paesaggio, inevitabilmente deve esistere anche una sua estetica specifica. In questi 2 giorni abbiamo sentito molto parlare di identità come parola, no? Identità è un tema ovviamente fondamentale, molto importante. Quello che noi facciamo nel nostro studio, nel nostro lavoro, è quello di usare una parola sostitutiva di identità, che è la parola genealogia. Perché usiamo questa parola? Perché genealogia ha un aspetto di futuro maggiore, nel senso che la genealogia ha una componente di destino, ma anche una componente di scelta, nel senso che dentro una genealogia si sceglie di stare, e poi magari provo a spiegarlo un po' meglio. Allora, la mia, diciamo così, racconto, che è un po' cambiato in funzione di quello che ho sentito ieri, è legata, diciamo, a tre punti. Sono, diciamo, due metafore e un paradigma. La prima metafora è quella del sonno, ed è proprio quella che, diciamo, ho aggiunto perché mi interessa proprio per provare a spiegare il rapporto fra l'essere umano e la natura. La seconda metafora è quella del teatro greco, che diciamo, ho il coraggio di presentare qui a voi, e quindi sarete buoni e accondiscendenti con me su questo. E poi l'ultimo, che è un paradigma, è quello del corpo, che è quello che, diciamo, dal punto di vista dell'architettura mi interessa forse di più da spiegare. Ecco, la metafora del sonno è una metafora che diciamo, è stata introdotta da Maurice Merleau-Ponty, che è uno credo, dei filosofi più interessanti e importanti del secolo scorso, ovviamente dentro il percorso della fenomenologia, ed è diciamo, un tema importantissimo perché si collega al tema dell'aspetto attivo e dell'aspetto passivo, e in questo credo che rappresenti molto bene l'idea di rapporto fra uomo, essere umano e natura. Allora, queste sono delle piccole sculture di Costantino Nivola, che è un artista sardo italiano che ha lavorato con la terracotta per molti anni, ha fatto questi lavori sui letti, no? sul sonno. Ecco, che cosa dice Merleau-Ponty sul sonno? Dice una cosa molto interessante, dice: noi abbiamo una parte attiva quando vogliamo addormentarci, che è quella, diciamo, tutti quelli che sono i meccanismi attraverso i quali ci avviciniamo all'addormentamento, no? Ci avviciniamo al sonno. Quindi, non so, teniamo una luce accesa, chiudiamo le persiane, beviamo un bicchiere d'acqua, leggiamo un libro, facciamo tutta una serie di cose che sono attive, no? Sono parti della nostra volontà. Poi invece c'è una componente passiva, che è quella che coincide con l'addormentamento, cioè quando il sonno ci coglie, noi non abbiamo la possibilità di decidere quando questo succede, cioè il sonno arriva in un momento che è inaspettato. Allora, questa, diciamo, componente passiva è proprio uno degli elementi, credo, fondamentali che spiega il nostro rapporto con la natura, nel senso che noi abbiamo tutta una serie di aspetti che sono volontari, di azione sulla natura, ma poi ci sono degli aspetti inevitabilmente passivi che arrivano e ci confermano, cioè il fatto che la natura ci accolga, ad esempio nel sonno, è proprio il modo attraverso il quale la natura conferma la nostra esistenza, cioè esiste qualcosa che è, diciamo, Merleau-Ponty dice prepersonale, cioè l'addormentamento è qualcosa che ci fa appartenere al mondo senza la coscienza razionale. Allora, questa appartenenza prepersonale è, diciamo, uno dei temi realmente fondamentali nel progetto, nel senso che noi abbiamo sempre una componente attiva, ma c'è sempre una componente che è prepersonale. We can share it, we can share prepersonal aspects. Quindi noi possiamo condividere un aspetto prepersonale che è l'aspetto, diciamo, non dico misterioso perché il mistero è diciamo, un termine che credo sia sbagliato, però ci sono degli aspetti che ci fanno appartenere alla natura a prescindere dalla nostra coscienza, dalla nostra razionalità. Allora, diciamo, la ricerca di questi elementi prepersonali è proprio, diciamo, quello di cui noi come progettisti, come architetti, come landscaper dobbiamo lavorare. Ieri Alessandra ci ha parlato di spiralgetti. Parlo inglese? Ok.
Parlo inglese che facciamo la traduzione.
Ah, ok. No, ma non c'è problema. Ah, lo stesso, ok, va bene. Ok. So we'll be back to English, okay. No problem, nessun problema. So yesterday Alexandra explained to us a very interesting aspects of Spiralgetti by Robert Smithson. I want to add one thing about this aspect of personal perception, in the sense that, you know, when Robert Smithson explained this work, there was a fact that there is a sort of myth in this area that there was a connection between the area of the lake and another part of lake inside of it. And this connection, in the mythology of the people living there, created this vortex, this spiral. I want to add this because I think that this passive element in design, in general, always belongs to mythology, in the sense that there is an aspect of mythology that is shared by everyone, that is in connection with what we can't decide. And great projects like this one are able to dialogue with this personal part of the project. And so what you told yesterday was very interesting about this, but I want to add this to understand that the passive element is something that is so important for our work. If you feel this, you can understand in this incredible image that there is something that becomes from a world that is both the past and both the future. And when you are able to do this, you are able to work in between active and passive elements in dialogue with nature. Cézanne, in Merleau-Ponty and Rilke made a big work on this obsessive work by Cézanne on the Mont Saint-Victoire, exactly about this, in the sense that they say is a mystery the work that he made of 100 painting about Saint-Victoire mountain, because he always tried to find what is pre-objective of the reality, in the sense that it's not a work on the objective reality of the mountain, but is a work on the pre-objective reality of the mountain. And this is really what to say that our work is so difficult, because we can't be only active. We have to think about that there is something that we have to feel in a different way. Now, please be sorry, because I will speak about something that, of course, is your culture, is also our, even if the Roman theater is much more for engineers and less for architects than the Greek theater. For me, the metaphor of the theater is a metaphor that is really important in two directions. Well, first of all, because, you know, the meaning of theatron is to observe, is to see. So the act of seeing is so important. But, of course, there is another aspect that for me is so important, that there is a technical part of the form of the theater, but there is also a part that is a part as if it is a body, in the sense that it is lying on the landscape as it is. There is a choice of the place, because it has a form and a direction, and the theater is a body. It's a body because it has a forms that lying on the landscape. And this is very important, because, of course, in this way you create a dialogue through the body with the landscape. The technical aspects are, of course, very important, and it is the active part. But the passive part is that the theater decides to be in touch with the ground and with the landscape in a way that is a mystery. The other part, of course, that is so important, and is the metaphor perhaps much clearer for architecture, is that, of course, the Greek theater is the creation of the citizen, in the sense that there is a dialogue between the individual feeling and the collective feeling. And this one is what, for me, is incredibly clear as a strong metaphor of what is architecture. Architecture is a space in which personal feeling arrives and becomes in touch with the community through beauty. This connection with the beauty, through the beauty, is a connection with the tragedy, in the sense that what is really important is that the action to see that is inside the theater is actually to see a tragedy, that is the tragedy of life, of course, and to accept this tragedy through beauty. What I think is that we stopped to do this. Our work as architects is a work that in the last, I think, one century, perhaps, stopped to accept the tragedy and started to create not places where to have this meeting between individuality and collective space. Today Byron spoke about the losing of the public space, and the losing of the public space is an ethic choice that we have to defeat, in the sense that the public space is the scene of the theater, is the place where we connect every one of us as individual person to the collectivity. What we are seeing now is the obscene, in the sense is the privation of scene. This fact is very important in the sense that, of course, for example, the use of the skyline as an element of communication and of success of the town, of course, is a way to avoid the creation of a public space. And this avoiding is really something of political that I think is what we have to defeat in some way. Of course, the chiasmus and all these elements are the elements that we use to create this perception, and we try to use to create this idea of citizen. The last element, and I will start to show you something about my work quickly, is the paradigm of body, in the sense that all these things that I was speaking about, of course, are connected to an idea of architecture that is an idea in which the architecture is a body, in the sense that as a body is an element of flesh and of spirituality. And this is something strongly, of course, connected to our culture, in the sense that Renaissance and all the Italian art, deriving from the classic art that you know very well, is something in connection with an idea of body that is an idea that is not Calvinist. Is an idea in which body and spirit are together, in the sense that it's not possible to divide the idea of body as flesh, as sensuality, as tragedy, as death, with spirituality. If you see from Giotto to Masaccio, Piero della Francesca to Caravaggio, there is really a sort of walk inside the idea of body as body and spiritual element. This living together of body and spirituality is really what I feel as Mediterranean heart of feeling, in the sense that Mediterranean is not a place where to think in a Calvinist way. It's not possible to have or one thing or the other. We are used to have both, to be inclusive. And our art, I have to say, that is really exactly this, to put together what seems to be impossible in a rational way to be together. This work is a work that I made in Milano, this is the university where I teach it for 8 years, that is Ulm University. On the right you see an image by Luigi Ghiri. Yesterday someone, I don't remember, who showed an image by Luigi, perhaps Michael, I think, yes. Luigi Ghiri, you know, is an incredible man, able to show exactly the pre-objective world, in the sense that he seems to say, okay, this one is the reality, as you can see, but showing something that everyone can see, but it is not used anymore. And that is the work that we try to do, and I try to do in architecture. The body is as a destiny, that is the destiny to be intersubjective, in the sense that as the destiny to dialogue, in the sense that the body is as sensuality, so as to be in touch with other bodies, and this is what I feel and I think that architecture has to be. as a destiny and a choice of belonging. I use this image. On the right, you have a part of the Michelucci's church in Florence, and on the left, you have a part of the Madonna del Parto by Piero La Francesca, to understand the idea of genealogy that I have, in the sense that every one of us loves art or architecture or writers or a lot of things, and after a lot of years of loving all these, you understand that these loves create a sort of line. There is a line, and this line is where we have to work. Before I was listening to Alessandro about tourism, and I think that what is really important about tourism in Italy, we have similar problem of what you have, is that if people living in the place has a strong feeling of their genealogy, perhaps they are able not to be stronger than tourism, but to create a dialogue with tourism that could be positive, in the sense that it's not only that we have to work on the part of the tourists to change, but we have to work on the part of the people living in the places. And that they have to understand, and we have as architects and landscaper and politicians to work, is on the feeling and the understanding of the genealogy of every one of us. And genealogy is a choice and a destiny. So these one are some images. This one is the school that I made in Venice, next to Venice, where, you know, the work was about the meat, archaic meat of the tree or of the tent. That, of course, is a place, tent and meat, and tree are the places where you start to learn. So the school is made of this, and of course, Piero is something in connection with this. The same school you see here that in connection with this idea of the sky, in the sense that something of funny, but also something of opening to the world. This one again is the work that I made in Milano, and this work is about periphery, in the sense that for this work I had a strong struggle with the municipality of Milano, because the architects of the municipality told me that the only way to be new in the neighbor, in the periphery, was to make an architecture in glass. You had to make glass, because glass is modernity. And I told them, I don't think so. I think that we have to find the way in which the material of periphery can become future. Of course, you are not obliged to do this, but this could be a way. And what I wanted in this building is that, and it happened, and I have to say that I have been lucky in this, that people can feel that that building is new, but belongs. Could be that it is there since 50 years, even if it's new. And it doesn't mean that it is hidden or that is mimetic, but is a work on this feeling of pre-belonging that we are speaking before. Of course, genealogy, and yesterday we were speaking with Maestro about this. Genealogy is made of faces and landscape, in the sense that I strongly believe that our faces are connected to the landscape. Our faces are like the houses where we live, are like the mountains where we live. And for example, here you see we have Masaccio on the left, and we have Lucio Fontana on the right, in the last work by Edoardo Persico, where there is the victory without wings. And you see that the position of St. Peter is the same position of the victory by Lucio Fontana, even if it is, of course, 500 years after. And the position of body, the shadow, the shade of the body that can be a sort of miracle, is this idea that our bodies and our faces belong to a place like mountains and like buildings. On the right, you have this work by Edoardo Persico, that is a work about Roman art in the dialogue with Hellenic art. And on the right, you have a face by Masaccio, and you can see that we belong to, of course, a genealogy. On the right, you have the Christ by Piero della Francesca in the Resurrection. And, of course, these eyes and this face, that is a classic face, is clear that is saying that he is looking to the tragedy. And through beauty, this tragedy is possible to be accepted. And this is what I think that we have to do. This one is a work that I made in Rome. It's an important building for BNP Paribas, for 3,000 people there. And, you know, the work was something about the idea that the building could be generous. In the sense, could, through mirrors, could create every moment of the day and every season a different light for the town, and to be a face, to be something speaking about the beauty of the sky of Rome. So not the beauty of the building, but the beauty of the sky. Also here we had a small struggle with the French part of BNP, not with the Italians, but with the French, because they want, you know, banks want to be transparent. Of course, in the buildings, want to be transparent. So for us it was very important in that building not to be transparent, but to be mirror. That is different for them. And we have to discuss a lot, but then we won, and the building is something changing every day. On the left you see futurism images, because of course the reference was this one. I'll go quickly. Here again, the relation between Mario Sironi and the work in Milano. Of course, Mario Sironi's work about periphery is a tragic work, sad tragic work. What we try to do, and I have to say that it seems that is okay, is not to be tragic, but to dialogue with this and to create a reaction. This one is a school that we are building in Tuscany. I have time? Yes, I'm going to finish. Again, here you see the building is very simple, but what we wanted there is to have the simplicity of the archaic architecture that we find in Giotto painting, the simplicity and the archaism of the dimension, the sense that what is great in Giotto painting is that they are very small, and the people seem to be bigger than the space of the architecture. We wanted to have again this feeling for students, to have this space that is small but is not a space of to create problem, as I mentioned. This one is a work that we made for Italian pavilion in Dubai. Here again, you know, the idea was to find a way to evocate something that every one of us feels about Italy, no? About our culture. This one is a competition that we didn't win, that is a competition for the European Library in Milano. And here the idea was really to have this building as an animal that tried to move and to look at the town in different ways. This one is a sculpture by Arturo Martini, that is one of the most important sculptors in Italy of the last century. This one is the building, you know. Of course, it is a landscape building in the sense that it's connected to a park and wants to be an element at the scale of the landscape, not at the scale of the buildings. You see here this deformation of the building, trying to see and to look in a lot of direction, also breaking his body in some situations. This one is another school that we are making, and here again we worked with this sort of inclusive perception of things. This one is a work that we made with Claudio Parmigiani, you know him. He's an important Italian artist, and we make this work for a church. that was not built, unfortunately. And you see, this one is the idea to have this connection with the foundation of Christian Roman Empire, that is the dream of Costantino by Piero La Francesca. And this idea was to have this space and this light that is, this one is the first painting in which there is the night light, you know, and it's something to be, it seems to be something very important for the light of a church. Okay, this one is something that is much more in connection with the landscape. It's a competition that we won 2 years ago, and is about the waterfront of Trapani in Sicily. It is interesting because it was a work that is in between, of course, the scale of the town and the scale of geography. You know, when we work in the field of arbors, the infrastructure of arbors has a geographic scale. So this work was to understand the 3 different levels of scale. The geographic scale for the station for Navy, for cruising, sorry. That is that element on, perhaps I can see this, I don't know, yes. No, okay, is the one on the right. Then there is a part that is a part in connection with the town that is in between the scale of geography and the scale of the man, of human. That is the fish market that you can see there, the green, I will show you. And then there are other scales connected much more to the public space. Stop it. Okay. So the idea was to create, this one is the fish market. The idea is to create a double idea of belonging, in the sense, on one side, belonging to the tradition of ceramic and of decoration, that is a tradition connected to the Romance villa that are next to Trapani, and then the tradition of handmade ceramic that is typical of Sicily. So all these elements are decorated in ceramic. And then we decided to have the entrance to the market through these 2 big tanks for the water, that are typical of agriculture work next to Trapani. So it's a sort of double strange perception. One connected to the art, the handmade art and the history, and then to the work of everyday life. This one is the market. This one is the front of the market, perhaps you can see it. This one again. These are the elements that we are working on for the interior of the market as decoration. As you can see here and here. And this one is the square in the center. These are some sketches, and I go quickly. This one is the part that we again made the water to be inside and to divide from this old building that is a lazaret for people. That is now something that will be reused by the town. Okay, I go quickly to the last 2 things, even if this one is big, but this one is a sort of a nightmare and dream in the same time for an architect, in the sense that 9 years ago, we won a competition for this town in Egypt on the Red Sea. It's a town for 40,000 people. And it is a touristic town. The place is an incredible place that is, around 100 kilometers from Suez, and is 150 kilometers from El Cairo. These are some images that I made with my friend, photographer, that is Ernesta Caviola, in the place when we went there for the first time. So the place is something like this. Are mountains on the sea. Of course, mountains very complicated as a place. The request, and here we have Smithson again, the request here was a request really a nightmare, in the sense that we have to build around 9,000 units for people and touristic people, so there was not the request for public buildings. This one is the first sketch that I made for the clients. It's a private work. And the idea was that the only thing that we can have in hand was not a sort of a foundation act, geometrical foundation act, but we have to work on the contour lines. In the sense, the idea is, okay, we have these incredible mountains, we'll go to build the contour lines. So the town will be a sort of narration writing on the contour lines. So this is some different narration. There are poems, there are words, there are some long narration, something like this. So the first sketch was this one. The other work that we made is to think that they were asking for us for a master plan, but we told them, okay, the place is so strong that we have immediately to think about the language of architecture. And so the idea was, okay, we'll create a sort of chronotopy, is a sort of creation, a narration of timing, in the sense that the first building with a special language will be the building of the founder of the town. In the sense the first people arriving there, they will build a sort of tent, and this building made like a tent is the first element that also in the reality they built, and it's really interesting. Then the son and the nephews of these people who built the tent will build other elements that will be different villas that you will see. And then after these villas, there will be chalet and all the other buildings. And it will become something of really a direct construction of the landscape. This one is, again, these images of the master plan. And you see the first language, the first idea is to have this body laying on the mountains, and is a sort of tent built, and the body dialogue with mountains. And what is interesting is that they decide exactly to start to build this. Then the other buildings are on the other side, buildings that try to see, and they have eyes. In the sense, the idea was really to have eyes on these buildings, to have these elements that look at the sea and at the mountains. For this, the architecture was immediately important for us. I go quickly, and I will. Then the other element was for the buildings that are the chalet, the buildings much bigger, is about the wind, in the sense that there is a great wind from north, like here. So the idea is to have technical chimneys for wind, and to create the language of the building through this element. And they are building in this way. This is the work that we made about shades of the mountains to understand how and where to position, of course, all the buildings there. And this is the work that we made about the landscape and about the technical aspect, first of all, about the water, that is a big problem, of course, there, with desalinization and recovering the water from the rain. Now we concluded one part on 3 of the town. I will conclude with this building, sorry for this, but in 5 minutes will be. What happened in this town is that when we started to build this town on the Red Sea, started the construction of the new capital of Egypt, that is in between El Cairo and Suez. The fact that they are building and is almost concluded a new capital convinced our clients that their town was to be also a town for living, because people there can spend 40 minutes to arrive to the new capital. And they will be on the sea, they will be with wind, without pollution. That, perhaps El Cairo is really a beautiful town, amazing town, but a hard town where to live. So the idea is to have some public elements also in this town, and the first public elements that they asked us was the mosque. So this work about the mosque is a work, we are building it, and it is a work that was really interesting in the sense that we understood, of course we tried to understand their religion, and they were very kind in the sense that they explained to us a few things that were very important. And then they leave us free to think about this. And I have to say that, as you know, what is really incredible in this religion are, of course, two things. One, of course, that there are no images. So the only thing that is important for them is the word of the prayers. And this fact that you are not allowed to have images, of course, create an idea of abstract perception, in the sense that the space and the light are very important, much more perhaps than in our tradition, even if, of course, in our churches light is so important because it's spirituality, but for us it's also important that narration through images. For them, light is the first important thing. The other important thing here is that every one of them is connected in a geographic way, in the sense that every day they pray 6 times in the direction of Mecca. And this fact to be in the direction of Mecca is connected to an element that is the carpet. They need the carpet because the carpet is the dimension of the body in the direction of geographic direction of the Mecca. So we try to put together all these things, and the decision was simply to have an element of light that is repeated in the created building, and this element of light is 1 meter for 1 meter, and this element is the way in which the light enters there, and this is also the element that designs the carpets of the building. And the building is very, I'm sorry that you can see it very well, but you see, the idea is a sort of nudity of the building, in the sense that what is important is this element of canon lumière, creating the light inside. The structure is really something of very, very basic and simple. The only element that is different is the room of woman. Yeah. And this one is the building. You see, this one you can see from all the elements. This one is the model that I made by clay, and I'm used to make this because I live in a town that is a town of ceramic. So this one is the model that we made. And this one is the element of the carpet that is inside of the light. Of every element has a different glass with colors. This one is the building, and this one is the work. You can see the relation between the light inside and the space. Okay, thank you, and sorry for the time. You're welcome. I hope so.
After some flash food, there will be opportunity to discuss it further. I think this is when So after these 2 wonderful presentations, I think we will take our lunch break, and we will be back at 2:45, it says here. So I think it's 2:45. 2:45. So it's 2:45. Thank you. See you soon. for you.
Okay. The title. Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σας. Σας καλωσορίζουμε στη δεύτερη φάση του Συμποσίου Μεταξύ Τοπίου και Αρχιτεκτονικής για ένα ανθεκτικό και βιώσιμο μέλλον. Το λόγο θα δώσω στην κυρία Στράτου να καλωσορίσει τους ομιλητές μας.
Σας χαιρετώ και εγώ και σας καλωσορίζω σε αυτό το δεύτερο απογευματινό session. Θα ήθελα να καλέσω τον κύριο Κάρολο Χανικιάν. Ο κύριος Κάρολος Χανικιάν έχει σπουδάσει αρχιτεκτονική στην Αθήνα και αργότερα στο UPenn, στην Πενσιλβάνια, έκανε αρχιτεκτονική τοπίου, όπου πήρε το Best Student Award from the American Society of Landscape Architects. And then he continued on to work in the United States for various landscape design practices, at the same time teaching at the Graduate School of Fine Arts at UPenn and Berkeley University in California. He has established his own practice, Greenways, Landscape Architecture, and at the same time he has also taught design courses at Acto College until 2000 and landscape architectural design at the University of Patras until 2011. He is currently very active in the landscape design field internationally, and he's here to show us some of the recent work that he has been involved in. Please, Mr. Khanikian. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. I can say it. Thank you very much for having me. When I was asked by Mr. Esebos to do this lecture, I had a whole bunch of ideas of what I can present and how I can start a lecture like this. As a Penn graduate, I was very fortunate to study under one of the biggest professors at that time, Ian McHarg, who's the father of environmental design. Me, as an architect background, it was a weird thing to start hearing about hydrology, soils, geology. But after some times, I realized how important it is to be able to understand all these processes in order to do projects that reflect to nature and become more environmental friendly. One of the biggest always thoughts is what is landscape and what makes it different than wilderness. So we start with, say, our cradle, which is Earth, which is one of the most powerful, I would say, planets that allows life to happen on this surface. It's so related with all the other planets, but it's so different than anything else that allows all these things to happen, which are so powerful and so out of our reach as humans. So what we see here, the first part of what the planet is, or the Earth is totally out of our power to manipulate them. So we have the sun, which is one of the most biggest sources of energy on this planet that creates very aesthetic pictures. On the other hand, it changes the surfaces according to all other different factors that create this life on the planet. We're talking about hydrology, the water. the water itself does incredible things on the planet. All this happened without our intervention. The water just erodes the rock. The sea creates these incredible feelings of very rough or very smooth surfaces. It eats the stone in order to create islands. All these things happen without our knowledge, without really understanding how these things happen. We scratch the surface of how all these processes happen. We have the volcanoes that from the inside of the earth create soil, that create life. Geomorphology, which deals with how the surface of the planet erodes and changes. And then we come to the living surface with what we have on the surface. As long as the human don't touch this is wilderness. Wilderness is something which is totally out of our conscious. We have no relation to what's happening. We can see this picture, we can identify with this picture because we have already other biomes that we have experienced it somewhere else. But at the moment we enter and we create a path or a road, then that's when this wilderness becomes landscape. The weather is also a factor of how the surface changed, and this is the seasons. So we have the same picture, how it is in spring and how it's the winter. So even the changes of the climate create different scenes that we experience it as fragments and not as a whole living organism. So at the moment we have a human that understands what's happening. That's when we have the landscape. So landscape refers to personal experience as humans. We put scale to it. We put all the different senses that we have. And suddenly from something which is just a picture that we see, it becomes something that we can talk about it. We embed a myth under the wilderness to make a landscape. So this is now what the human's interaction comes into play that creates the human space. So we start with the most basic gesture, which is to create a boundary, a line. At the moment we put the boundary, then we start talking about a space, the outside and the inside of just a simple line. This is what happens after that. Humans start creating spaces, they create their place. So in the wilderness, we start having roads, and all these become landscapes. Here in this very rough environment, we see this road. If the road wasn't there, this would have been a totally different experience. Now we know that this is a place that you can go. And actually, each one, with the biomes that you already have, can understand how difficult it is, how rough it is to go up this road. So we interpret pictures that we see with what we already know. So this is a challenge of landscape architects, how we can manipulate this and how we can bring other aspects in the design, but just a picture that we draw. So from the ancient times, people used to create their temples. They used specific locations to make a story. The next one. So it's very interesting. In all different cultures, we have the same exact action. We place an element that creates a myth, and then it becomes a topos. Topos is a place that you can relate to. It's a place that hovers a whole myth, a whole story behind it. It's something you can tell to the next generation, to the person next to you, and then it becomes a very powerful topological element into this vast landscape. So ancient Greeks used to build the temples, and they were relating the temples on the landscape to create maps. That was the first mapping system. They were orienting themselves on this landscape with specific locations. And here, for example, the most important factor was Delos and Delphi. From these 2 points, they could relate all the other places, towns, activities, all kind of actions. So now we go to what the main, say, purpose of life is, to create a home, a place where you can stay, and that's where you can do your activities. So through the vast, I would say, landscape on the earth, we have a whole different notions of what home is. So the one is in stone carved, the other one is a high-rise that looks like this, and it all has to do with the culture. So we start bringing into the notion of design the culture. So to whom do we refer to? We cannot design something to these people that looks like the building which we just saw. So one very important aspect of science of architects is to understand what the culture and what is happening in each region that we're working. So this is very interesting, is like these people, in order to protect this oasis and be able to live here, they have a little tiny fence. So this fence protects these from actually being covered. So we see cities, and each city is so different that actually reflects to the climate, to the geomorphology, to the hydrology, to all the factors that actually create the landscape or the wilderness that actually plays a very important role to what actually the culture is in each one. Further to that is now, how do humans interact with the surface of the earth? One most important factor is the cultivation. So again, the cultivation from this picture that you see from the previous one has to do with the relation with the water. So basic resources, natural resources, create these forms in relation to the needs of the human. So in order to cultivate in this desert, where the water is in 1 mile deep and it's very scarce, what they do, they just dig a well in the center, and there's a huge branch that actually irrigates this round and round. So this is the, say, economy of how to fully use water. Now we work with the seasons and the way that each action or each cultivation needs to be cultivated and what they do. So they harvest it, they collect this, and we have images like this. Now this is a tea plantation. Now that's a vineyard. This is a volcanic island, and the way to protect and put the grapes, they're making these huge holes. If you can see, that's the person, the white thing here. So all these things are very important in terms of landscape architecture as forms and how these forms relate to human activities. So now, as landscape architects, we take all these notions and we use the tools in order to come with designs and forms. So we definitely we relate to humans. We design for humans. So we have to design for all these senses. It doesn't have to be all the senses, but we're working. These are our tools. So what we have here is how we do the movement, or we do a whole gesture like this. This is the whole ballet sequence in one frame. But at the same time, this functions as a time sequence. This is what the film directors do. Film directors, before they start filming, they do a lot of sketches that refer to time. So it's experience through time. It's exactly what we are doing. When we design a path or a garden, we basically design frames that one, while walking, experience. So this is a kind of palette that we use in colors, textures, that we can relate to as designers. And here we go to a more artistic, I would say, method where we actually work with a collage, with very expressional gestures in order to start creating feelings and specific spaces for human activity. Now we'll show you a sample that I always do, because I think this is the most representative, I would say, concept of what landscape should be. This is a site which is very fire-prone area. It's in America. It's very similar to what we have here, pine forest. The interesting about this is that it is like this, but the water creates the whole feeling of this. So there are periods where all the surface is flooded, and so it's a very weird contradiction between a very dry landscape to a very mushy and marsh landscape. So this was a design that was done that was basically represents all these cycles of nature. So we have one path that is in so this is the area that is flooded and the water fluctuates very much. And here we have a very straight path. On this straight path, we place a machine that we made that actually makes fire from the water. This machine, what it does, it's a flotation device that goes into the ground, and when the water table is very high, this lens comes out. So with the right condition, the lens can start the fire with the skidling. So what the right conditions are is the water is very, very high. So the straight line was a hill like 70 centimeters higher. That actually is not flooded, but the rest of it is all flooding. So the fire was created on this path, was opening this path with totally the natural process that happens on the specific site. And this was actually part of the design that is dealing with how you walk on the marshland, where you step in very steady grounds and rocks and materials that you find from the site. And then you have to step on the marshland to take another platform, which is here. And these are the sketches that were a little bit explaining on the feeling of that. So this is a sequence of entering the marshland. Here's the highlands where we have very dry, and then we enter this swamp feeling. So, and then we have the fire. Of course, this doesn't happen. We need the perfect conditions of the angle of the sun. The water needs to be in a specific level in order to have this kind of action. Now we'll show you some samples that we work very closely with architects. Once with an architecture background, we definitely understand what the architects want, what their vision is about the specific building, and we work with them to do this. And this is up in a mountain, which is covered with olive trees and pines, and the client wanted these to be a totally natural environment. So our border is here. And then at specific areas, we start putting, as I would say, the more man-made landscape, a place that functions as a viewing platform, as an area where you sit and you're surrounded by nature. This is another project. This is in Mistras, again, a project which is on a very lush woodland area, which is covered with cypresses. I was really frustrated when we had to cut a lot of the cypresses there, but at the end, we worked a lot to reestablish what was taken away. Here was a design we did that was dealing with the water and how you stormwater manage the area, which is very natural. Now, this is a project we did. This is a 240,000 square meter hotel in Kos. A very large hotel. When we went there, the only thing they had was just grass, a horrible concept of energy waste. So in these, they had the sculptures, and we started thinking, and we created the gardens of the 12 mythical gods. This one, for example, is Zeus, which at night, these become like frames. This is part of Athena. Well, we had to interpret a lot of the myths and to make them into a more modern aspect. We focus on what colors each god used to want, and that's how we started playing with this. This is Aphrodite. It's all about colors and curves. And this is the Zeus, the Hephaestus, which this was a fire pit here in the middle, and through some events that were happening in the hotel, they started a fire there. All the plants were in that red color, and it was designed as like the flames that surround the circle. This is Zeus at night. This is Poseidon at night. This is Ares. This is the saying, Ares is the god of war, which is a god that is very strict and very precise. And the lights that we designed were referring to the darts and the fire that the camps used to have, which if you see a military camp, the fires are like on a grid. Now we go to another, which is a very interesting project. As Alexandra said, this was a project that the client never interfered. Never. This is like the dream of everybody. Where basically I was just there doing things without even questioning. And most of the times you do big projects, you always question yourself, all this effort. And this was like a very easygoing project. We just did what I wanted. And this is the entrance with the fountain. This is in Mykonos. Everything we use is very natural. There's no pretentious, nothing's pretentious there. So it's all about the cement finish, very rough, and the plants that create this kind of environment. This is a shopping, I would say, village, and it was all about moving freely through this space and experiencing all different things that happen around you. There's no single staircase there. It's all about moving ramps. So basically, you never watch where you're walking. You just walk and you just experience things around you. So this is, I would say, it's not a project that refers to the specific region. Once it's a mall, it's more of an international, it's more about creating magnificent views that somebody really focused. Once we are now in the era of Instagram, so we work a lot with what's called Instagram corners, where somebody can just sit and take a picture. And these trees here, go back, these trees here, so each one of these trees was like 50,000 euro. At the beginning I said, all right, let's put one. I said, how many do you put on drawing? I said, I put 3. But I cannot ask you to put, no, we'll put 3. So I was lucky enough. And there are these 3 elements that everybody walks around and taking pictures on this area. So this is a plan of how this space works. This is at night. We work with the lights a lot in order to create the paths, in order to have this character also. And that's one of the latest projects. This is Costa Navarino, where the concept here is to create these totally hidden rooms which are here. Everything is planted. So basically, when you're in the center building, you don't see anything around you. Next. This is the entrance to the rooms. The client wanted the feeling of like you walking into nature. You don't know what you expect. Now, I finished now. I just wanted to show you what the future is in terms of landscape architecture. And for me, the next word would be meta-landscapes. Meta-landscapes are the landscapes that are created by AI. Basically, you just put 5 words, and these images come into the screen. These are images that you've never experienced, you're not related to, and you just add 3 words, and you have these images. So this is very interesting to see how not only landscape architecture, but also architecture will come into being in a few years, but you basically just say a word and the whole thing comes in front of you. And I don't know what our use will be. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all your input here, and I think you've opened some very interesting questions with all of your work and the idea of meta-landscapes. They'll probably tell you one day, now make that. And I wish you the best of luck with that. So let's move forward to our next speaker. Luigi Patitucci is a designer, design historian and critic. He's lectured on public design, service design, product design, materials, interior design, history and theory of industrial design, and design culture at numerous universities and schools of design, nationally and internationally. Nationally meaning in Italy. He has founded and directed more than 100 design labs for many manufacturing companies and at various public institutions. I should maybe give you the title of his talk, which is actually quite interesting in itself. Public design game, design therapy for a lollipop community. That sounds very, very interesting. So I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, thank you, Alessandra. Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Alessandra. I'm not a landscape architect. I'm a designer. I'm an Italian designer, Italian fighter designer. Be careful. My presentation is in Italian language, but the slide in English language. My homage for Costas in Italian language. Sei pronto? Sì, sì. Ok, quello che vedrete è un laboratorio, un design lab che io ho condotto per 10 anni in tour un po' dappertutto in giro, e alla fine è diventato un libro che si chiama appunto Public Design Game, Design Therapy for a Lollipop Community, che siamo noi, grazie ai social siamo diventati tutti lollipop, un po' lollipop. Sì, quello che vedete, la cover, sì, è uno dei miei appellativi, la pornostar del design contemporaneo. Sì, è un po' il mio mood. Puoi passare avanti, Ale, se vuoi. Allora, questa ricerca nasce dall'avere letto un libro scritto da Jenny McGonigal, che è una creatrice di videogame. Lei, arrivato a un certo punto della sua vita, il libro si chiama La realtà in gioco. Arrivato a un certo punto della sua vita ha avuto un incidente per cui ha trascorso 6 mesi per recuperare le condizioni psicofisiche. Sì, in questo percorso mi farò aiutare da 2 personaggi famosi, veramente famosi, che sono Lady Gaga e L'Apple Can, a sostegno delle mie traiettorie di solvimento. Come dicevo, Jenny McGonigal, arrivato a un certo punto a un incidente, ci mette 6 mesi per recuperare le sue condizioni psicofisiche e crea un gioco facile, semplice, che gli dava il feedback del suo recupero sulla sua salute. Questo gioco lo fa con i suoi amici ed è lì, un po' come Newton con la mela in testa, che pensa che ci sono 3 miliardi di persone al mondo che coprono le 24 ore giocando ai multiplayer game, e pensa che questa è un'energia potenziale gigantesca, ciclopica, e comincia a pensare di poterla utilizzare per produrre delle azioni concrete nella vita reale. Ecco, è questo che fa il design, che è il vocabolo più gettonato della nostra era. Perché? Perché il design, appunto, produce delle azioni concrete nella vita reale. E questo è il libro, è quel libro di Jenny McGonigal a cui mi sono ispirato, mentre Città personali è il secondo libro che mi ha aiutato a confezionare questi punti che vedrete, che sono delle traiettorie di intervento. Io non farò vedere nessun mio lavoro, ma vedrete delle soluzioni che già esistono, che hanno elaborato altri progettisti, delle volte degli artisti. Adesso i confini della progettualità si sono erosi, quindi, e i punti sono questi: solvement trajectories. Appunto, la prima è quella che viene promossa continuamente dai governi, un'estetica della sicurezza. Ecco, noi non dobbiamo cedere all'estetica della sicurezza. Poi siamo osservati continuamente, il pianeta ci osserva e quindi dobbiamo trovare il modo di poter eludere questa cosa. Allora, come primo intervento dobbiamo eliminare i punti di interdizione, elimination of interdiction points, e poi dobbiamo fare dei design lab insieme, del common design. Per fare questo andiamo avanti. Ecco, questo è un oggetto di public design, ad esempio. Salvific object, questo ci salva la vita. È assolutamente un oggetto di design, perché si può riprodurre in serie, ha un materiale piacevole al tatto. Vai avanti, Vale. Ale. Ecco, questo oggetto un po' ci fa vedere come la nostra realtà adesso è diventata davvero transitoria, impermanente e temporanea. 3 aggettivi che noi dobbiamo introdurre necessariamente all'interno del nostro approccio di metodo nel progetto. Però per sentirci davvero efficaci nella nostra realtà quotidiana dobbiamo fare in modo di poter diventare anche noi dei supereroi. Con il design questo è possibile. Abbiamo visto Pistorius, addirittura le gambe di Pistorius, gambe artificiali, artificial legs, sono addirittura più potenti delle gambe naturali, organiche. Vai avanti, Ale. Ed è la Nike che ha fatto per primo queste gambe. Questa è una mia frase, che questo è troppo design, può fare male, ok? Quella è una delle mie frasi che sono solito dire. Il design è un killer. Il design è un killer perché può produrre, attraverso l'energia potenziale che riesce a mettere in gioco, delle azioni benefiche, addirittura salvifiche qualche volta. Ok, qui andiamo avanti, io non dirò nulla. Ecco, Lady Gaga, no, non puoi andare avanti. Lady Gaga è stata la prima tra i personaggi dello Star System a presentarsi ogni volta in maniera diversa. E questo ha messo un po' in crisi la critica, soprattutto la critica estetica, che invece credeva invece che noi dovessimo vedere continuamente la stessa immagine per poterla metabolizzare. Ma in qualche misura forse Lady Gaga implicitamente ci vuole suggerire che noi vogliamo essere così, vogliamo essere plurali, vogliamo essere molteplici e ogni giorno diversi. E questa è la nostra realtà complessa che noi viviamo, no? È una realtà che non si può risolvere con delle soluzioni semplici, così come ci suggeriscono alcuni politici, cercando di creare il consenso chiaramente, ma è una realtà che ha bisogno di poter essere affrontata attraverso un certo numero di variabili. E adesso vedremo quali possono essere queste traiettorie. Sì, sì. Questo è tutto quello che non ci viene consentito. Lascia qui. Io ho osservato alcune grandi città, alcune metropoli, come la città di London, ed è piena di punti che io ho chiamato pungenti, delle volte sfuggenti. Cioè, faccio degli esempi. C'è un brand di una multinazionale e allora loro vogliono allontanare le persone dal luogo fisico e allora si inventano un passaggio, un piano inclinato, in maniera tale che la gente possa andare oltre. Oppure un impianto di irrigazione su una piazza minerale, senza vegetali, senza alberi, proprio per realizzare questa distanza. Perché? Perché ad esempio nelle grandi città, nelle World Series, i percorsi delle volte sono progettati dal commercio per realizzare economie. Quindi la piena espressione della nostra libertà nello spazio pubblico in realtà non è davvero consentita, ma dobbiamo conquistarla. E infatti, ok, off you go, cioè cominciamo a vedere come possiamo fare, no? Intanto cominciamo eliminando gli spazi che ci vengono interdetti, e questo come lo facciamo? La gente se ne accorge e comincia a fare la rivoluzione, ad occupare. Qua, Ale, puoi andare avanti su tutte le immagini. E questo accade in tutto il pianeta, in the world. Ecco, in queste rivoluzioni vengono fuori tanti segnali che sono delle traiettorie estetiche, ma sono anche delle traiettorie di senso, e che vengono accolte. Ma questo è già accaduto ad esempio nel periodo della contestazione del 68, e uno dei maggiori interpreti di quella contestazione nel design ad esempio è stato Gaetano Pesce. Gaetano Pesce, mentre si trova dentro il movimento di contestazione giovanile, realizza che il contributo più grande che lui poteva dare a quel movimento era attraverso un oggetto, un prodotto, e nasce la poltrona Up 5, Up 5, che è il miglior manifesto sull'emancipazione femminile. Ok? Ecco, torno indietro, che cosa ci suggerisce Lady Gaga? Questa cosa fa un po' ridere. Che noi, la nostra città, ce la dobbiamo occupare e disegnare e ridisegnare ogni giorno, ok? Ma, come dicevo, per poter intervenire dal vero ci vuole un supereroe. Ecco, l'incredibile Hulk crea un disastro. Gli altri supereroi sono un po' fottuti, quindi non ci rimane che il supereroe che amano i bambini, che è Superman. Infatti la frase "Dad, you are my Superman". Vai avanti. Ecco, ad esempio, come possiamo utilizzare questi superpoteri? Attraverso i media. Negli Stati Uniti, in uno stato, in Virginia, è stato fatto un esperimento per poter fare il censimento dei luoghi fisici dove esistono i defibrillatori. Questo veniva fatto con un'applicazione banalissima come WhatsApp. Io vedo un defibrillatore, lo fotografo, lo invio ed esiste un feedback, ok? E questa cosa mi fa sentire di avere fatto del bene direttamente alla società. Nel frattempo divento competitivo, ma sempre per produrre del bene. Perché? Perché nel feedback ho visto che io sono avanti ad Alessandro Villari, ok? Quindi the winner is Luigi Patitucci e non Alessandro Villari, ok? Ecco, in un mese è stato completato il censimento di tutto lo Stato della Virginia, adesso hanno quasi mappato tutti gli Stati Uniti, ok? A costo zero, ok? E ci sono tanti di questi sistemi, ad esempio la piattaforma change.org è una di queste, no? Dove noi sposiamo delle ragioni più o meno benefiche. Ecco, questa occupazione, che è passata attraverso un centinaio di design lab, vai avanti Ale in maniera veloce, è stata fatta in tutti questi posti, attraverso gli studenti, attraverso degli amici docenti, e abbiamo prodotto delle azioni concrete nella vita reale in quei luoghi dove siamo andati ad intervenire. Ecco, questo è un design lab che abbiamo fatto con Alessandro Villari, abbiamo realizzato dei dispositivi per lo spazio pubblico. Noi non parliamo mai di arredo urbano, non è un termine che a noi piace, ed è stato realizzato anche un evento espositivo su tutti questi dispositivi realizzati. Questo è uno dei progetti realizzati da un allievo, che ci fa vedere come lo spazio della nostra intimità adesso è diventato il telefono anziché la casa, dove noi consegniamo tutto. Poi lui ha progettato, oltre all'oggetto fisico, che è quello che vedete, anche un'applicazione per cui quando noi viaggiamo possiamo vedere se esiste quella seduta, quel prodotto in quella città e dove è ubicato. Questo è un altro progetto che abbiamo sviluppato con Alessandro Villari all'Università di Reggio Calabria, ed è una borsa, This is a bag, che con una torsione diventa uno sgabello, uno stool. Questo è un altro progetto ancora, sì, vedete la Barbie, erano degli esperimenti per fare delle impermeabili. Invece questa è una bici trolley. E poi chiaramente lavorando anche attraverso delle piattaforme, vai avanti Alessandro, portiamo avanti tutta una serie di iniziative. Questa è una di quelle, o I'm Ordinary Hero, cioè ognuno di noi può diventare ogni giorno un eroe ordinario. Creatività estrema perché, vai avanti Ale, fai scorrere. Creatività estrema perché se noi studiamo il Sapiens è stato sempre così nella storia. A condizioni ambientali estreme l'uomo ha messo in campo una creatività estrema e ha trovato le soluzioni e i dispositivi per fare tutto. Questo come lo facciamo? Lo facciamo con le tecniche di ingaggio. Il termine ingaggio è un termine militare, che però noi dobbiamo mutuarlo, torno indietro, di 2 immagini, dobbiamo mutuarlo, dobbiamo craccare la realtà e possiamo attraverso l'ingaggio produrre delle azioni benefiche, addirittura salvifiche. Ecco che una barriera, un ostacolo che mi comunica distanza, separazione, diviene addirittura un elemento molto gradevole, delicato. Questo lo possiamo fare craccando la realtà. Ecco, facendo questo, delle volte ci serviamo del design, delle volte ci serviamo dell'arte, perché se c'è una cosa che nella nostra era è scomparsa, sono scomparsi i confini tra le varie progettualità, tra le varie discipline. Quindi delle volte vediamo degli interventi molto piacevoli e anche altamente qualitativi, che sono fatti da alcuni artisti, eppure sono degli elementi architettonici o di product design eccezionali. Poi ci sono delle azioni popolari, come queste, no? Che diventano virali. Vai avanti, Ale. Ecco, il colore è una delle traiettorie per poter agire sulla nostra realtà quotidiana. Andiamo avanti. Un'altra, ad esempio, traiettoria è quella dello specchio, mirror, io l'ho scritto con 2 apposta. Questo è un intervento di Barbara Osherby al Victoria and Albert Museum. In un contesto molto rigido, molto strutturato, i progettisti intervengono realizzando una molteplicità di vedute che magari riescono a farti vedere dei particolari che sono posti molto in alto che tu non vedrai mai. Il Museo Archeologico dell'Almoina ha sempre questa superficie speculare, questa lastra, che ti fa intravedere sotto i resti archeologici in maniera traslucida, come attraverso la memoria del tempo. Ecco Lady Gaga, Michelangelo Pistoletto, sono tutte traiettorie di intervento che noi possiamo adottare e importare sulla realtà. Nanda Vigo è stata una designer italiana che ha lavorato moltissimo sia nel campo del design che nel campo dell'arte, utilizzando lo specchio. Quello è Renzo Mari. Vai avanti. Questo è un intervento di Italo Rota che è stato fatto nella biblioteca regionale a Palermo, a Palazzo dei Normanni, in una chiesa del Cinquecento. E questa invece è la promenade di Marsiglia, che utilizza sempre lo stesso sistema dello specchio. E torniamo alla traiettoria del colore. A volte può essere anche estremamente economico intervenire in alcuni ambiti particolarmente difficili o squallidi o davvero brutti, come questo cavalcavia, questo ponte, no? The Bridge, sì, The Bridge Lego adesso. E diventa un riferimento persino geografico nello spazio urbano, no? dove magari la gente decide di darsi appuntamento perché è facile da ricordare. Vai? O su un campo di basket, no? Lo si può interpretare attraverso nuove fisionomie segniche e cromatiche. Qui siamo a Milano e anche qui su un oggetto ideato da Fortunato De Pero negli anni 30, anche qui ci sono stati dei designer che hanno compiuto un'operazione non di redesign ma di importazione e hanno realizzato una lampada a sospensione. Quello Ingo Maurer è stato un poeta della luce. Oppure si può intervenire in un contesto persino storico attraverso degli elementi cromatici in movimento. Oppure trattando le architetture terze, cioè quegli spazi che sono angusti, scuri, penalizzati, come ad esempio questi pilastri sotto i ponti. Vai avanti, Ale. Beh, questo ce l'abbiamo in Sicilia, è la scalinata di Caltagirone, che è una delle capitali del mondo della ceramica, che in estate viene fatta una performance in onore di un santo e viene illuminata tutta quanta con dei disegni che cambiano ogni anno. Quindi delle volte per intervenire in uno spazio pubblico basterebbe, vai avanti, basterebbe semplicemente importare la matrice identitaria. Questo è un intervento che abbiamo fatto da poco con Makoto Fukuda, sempre lì a Caltagirone, che ha realizzato questi fiori in ceramica, questi fiori primordiali, come li chiama lui. Oppure interpretare gli attraversamenti pedonali. Ecco, questa è la traiettoria degli oggetti catalizzatori, cioè che attivano uno spazio pubblico, uno spazio fisico. Questo è un ponte che è stato per 6 mesi a Parigi, lungo la Senna, e che era divertentissimo attraversarlo saltando da un tappeto all'altro. Oppure queste opere di questa artista coreana. Vai avanti, Ale, fai scorrere, se no. Ecco, questo ad esempio è un sistema che riesce a produrre questi oggetti, questi prodotti, questi oggetti di product design attraverso l'energia solare, e la tonalità della resina naturale che crea l'oggetto varia in funzione della luce. Poi abbiamo bisogno nei nostri spazi pubblici di aree di scambio, dove possiamo fermarci e regalarci del tempo, rigenerarci, e i sistemi che possiamo inventare sono tantissimi. Delle aree di decompressione, appunto, dei playground areas. Questo è importante perché noi attraverso i media abbiamo conquistato una visione panoramica sul mondo, ma abbiamo perso la visione di prossimità. Quindi è su quello che dobbiamo lavorare, sugli spazi di prossimità. Un'altra traiettoria è quella della schizofrenia dimensionale. Guardate come sono felici queste donne, ma di fatto la schizofrenia dimensionale non è una novità, la conosciamo, no? La conosciamo dai Buddha, la conosciamo dai piramidi, la conosciamo dalla Statua della Libertà. Adesso cominciano a vedersi degli interventi in giro per il mondo, fatti anche da artisti, con questi mega oggetti che diventano degli elementi propulsivi di un contesto urbano, di uno spazio fisico. Questo è Damien Hirst a Londra con Charity, e poi sono cose anche deliranti come questo palazzo cestino da picnic, o in Cina, cose del genere, assolutamente deliranti. Ecco, questo secondo me è bellissimo, perché esisteva sulle colline di Forte dei Marmi questo monumento a Galeazzo Ciano, che era il genero di Mussolini, che è stato condannato a morte per alto tradimento, ed è stato realizzato, vai avanti, è stato realizzato questo oggetto che i giovani artisti hanno trasformato nel deposito dello zio Patrone. Oppure Gaetano Pesce durante la Milan Design Week a Piazza Duomo. Esiste anche la possibilità di intervenire nello spazio pubblico attraverso il suono. Lo facevano già nel periodo barocco a Roma, realizzando le fontane. Ad esempio, questo è un sistema che ci permette di poter realizzare degli oggetti del product design attraverso l'immissione dei suoni. I suoni, determinate frequenze, daranno la fisionomia di questi oggetti. Oppure creare, come hanno fatto questi signori di questa università, realizzare un grande orecchio da mettere nel bosco per poter sentire tutti i suoni della natura e degli animali. Oppure attraverso l'olfatto, il naso. Delle volte basterebbe cambiare la direzione di marcia di una strada, delle automobili, per portare il profumo del mare dentro la città. Poi c'è la cosa più vicina al tema della paesaggistica, che è quella dell'intervento da guerriglia, guerriglia gardening, no? Questa è la statale a Milano durante la Design Week. Oppure mettere delle poesie lungo le scale, in the staircase, no? Questo è un cinema di Ibiza. Vai avanti, vai avanti. Oppure non trascuriamo la traiettoria di servizio per le mamme che devono allattare, ok? Questo è un intervento di Pippi Lottiriste nel centro storico, nel centro di Zurigo, a St. Gallen. Pippi Lottiriste è un artista, non è una designer, e realizza attraverso questo gesto una colata di un colore rosso vermiglio che è stato studiato, appositamente brevettato. Ecco, questo colore mi produce un effetto straniante e devo riconsiderare tutto il contesto ambientale, e inoltre rende tutto estremamente morbido, soffice. Persino la fontana, l'acqua della fontana, sembrava dell'acqua rossa, un po' come nelle fiabe, nelle favole. Ad esempio quella macchina coperta di resina di colore rosso non è un'invenzione contemporanea, lo faceva il gruppo Sight già negli anni 60 negli USA, però quella macchina in quel modo diventa un playground per far giocare i bambini, e addirittura è un elemento calmierante rispetto all'automobile vera, autentica, che sta dietro, che magari ci deve stare per forza. Queste sono le opere che sono state fatte da Yoko Ono nel periodo in cui è cominciata la guerra in Ucraina. Vai. Ecco, quell'effetto, questi sono gli interventi del gruppo Sight degli anni 60 e 70, vai avanti Ale, con le macchine in immersione. Questo è un intervento d'artista, lo ricorderete tutti, la fontana di Trevi, arrivata a un certo punto, è stata colorata di rosso. Per fortuna era un colore che poteva andare via, solvibile, non ha creato dei danni, ma è stata un'opera eclatante che poi subito il marketing ha copiato facendo l'opera inversa. Non l'acqua, ma le persone vestite di rosso. Andiamo avanti, qui le carreggiate dei tram su cui si può gareggiare, e poi esiste un prodotto del public, no? Questa è la mia intervista l'anno scorso a Gaetano Pesce, è quello che vi dicevo prima, come da alcuni periodi in cui accadono delle contestazioni possono venire fuori nuove traiettorie salvifiche, nuove fisionomie di senso, e la poltrona Up 5 di Gaetano Pesce ne è uno dei testimoni più grandi della storia del design. Il suo è un gesto politico anche, oltre che sciamanico, perché la poltrona dapprima, tagliando la confezione, si formava in aria da sola. Vai veloce, questi sono tutti esempi di oggetti che valicano lo spazio domestico e diventano, possono fare parte di uno spazio pubblico, di uno spazio collettivo. Qui sono state importate le fisionomie di ciò che accade nell'outdoor, nell'indoor. L'Aver Magique, oppure Fabio Novembre, che importa le fisionomie delle nostre città facendole diventare degli oggetti di design, no? Oppure la poltrona Nemo, che diventa un elemento emittente nello spazio pubblico. Oppure Im and Air, che chiaramente è la S-Chair di Werner Panton, che è stata craccata e a cui è stata data una nuova fisionomia. Oppure Stefano Giovannoni con Kibu, che realizza una fauna che si inserisce assolutamente nello spazio pubblico, con dimensioni anche grandi. E io in occasione di questa collezione ho scritto che l'avevamo già capito con Memphis, con il movimento di Ettore Sozzas, ma adesso negli ultimi 10 anni il design ha raggiunto davvero lo stesso potenziale espressivo dell'arte. Ok, vai avanti veloce. Come vedete sono tutti oggetti che assecondano quegli aggettivi di cui io parlavo all'inizio, cioè sono tutti oggetti che in qualche misura fanno parte della nostra realtà temporanea, provvisoria e impermanente. Le ultime cose che vediamo sono gli interventi dei fratelli Brulé, che hanno lavorato tanto sulla creazione di elementi piccoli di design, anche smart se volete, realizzando, concedendo anzi all'utente la possibilità di poter divenire un designer e disegnare il proprio spazio. Questi sono dei red carpet in qualche misura che possiamo avere al museo. Finisco con una cosa augurale. Dato il momento in cui esistono due guerre fastidiose, importanti e così via, mi piace pensare invece, vai avanti, sono le ultime immagini, regalandoci questo arcobaleno che è un po' il sogno che avevamo tutti da bambini, no? Che ci concede un artista che non è un designer, ma potremmo dire anche il contrario, che ci concede la possibilità, il sogno che avevamo tutti da bambini, che era quello di poter camminare dentro un arcobaleno e da dentro l'arcobaleno vedere, proprio dall'origine dei colori, tutto il resto dello spazio che ci circonda. Vi ringrazio.
Thank you, Luigi Patitucci. That was very interesting and it opens the spectrum of our conversation here. And I would like to welcome Henrietta Atali, an awarded photographer, award-winning photographer, award photographer, awarded, yes. She has been photographing for many years, and she has done a lot of work on architecture and landscape photography, and her beginning can be pinned down to archaeological and fine art photography, and I think that is she'll explain to us more about that. And she has taught at Columbia University and many other places, and we look very forward to listening to what she has to say about her latest work here in the Cyclades. And Henrietta, I welcome you to the podium. Can you hear me? Yeah.
From where do I move it?
Yeah.
From where do I move this?
This way. This way.
This?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
All right. Okay. No worries. So, hi everyone. My friend, please be attentive. So, very nice to share this private moment with you here. Private because we are I know some of you for many, many years, over 20 years, but we never had this opportunity, por favor, to share this intellectual sharing together, let's say. So today I'll speak to you, may I please, about my new work, actually not my new book project, together with Kengo Kuma, or Kuma-san, as they call him in Japan. It's our recent monograph, photographic mostly, but also with his sketches and quotes. But before that, I will just unfold a bit my ideas, conceptual approaches with my photography. So the book title is Mirror in the Mirror. I also brought the book with me just to have a look, because it's very important to understand for nowadays what and how to make an architectural, from my point of view of course, architectural publication that engages ideas of design philosophy of the architect, as well as the photographer's approach in collaboration with the architect, which is quite a difficult mission. So I'll go back and forth as in some movies, reaching the past, going way behind when I was little, and then present time and future as well. So I met Kengo Kuma in 2001. It's a very long time ago. I can't even calculate anymore. It was a moment after my studies in the United States at Columbia University when I went straight to meet him because of his kind of architecture, which was his glass house, the water glass in Atami, the very famous body of work, actually single piece that made him internationally known. But before speaking through about my work with Kengo Kuma, I'll speak to you about a bit my story as a leading photographer of architecture and landscape with international practice. So I was born in Tel Aviv. I grew up in Istanbul, and at the age of 13, I moved to Athens. Three incredible cities with one very clear thing in common: antiquities. as also having Italian, forget it, having Italian colleagues with us. You are familiar with that, with the coexistence of contemporary and antiquities and how it shapes our way of thinking and conceptual creative approaches to in relation with our practice. So for me, during my studies of photography at the age of 20, before I studied conservation of antiquities, but when I moved to photography, it was very, very important to understand how to place the building or the built environment connected with landscape, natural, urban, and so on, and antiquities together. I was always preoccupied with this idea of existence of antiquities within the urban fabric because of all these cities where I grew up. So during my studies as a young photographer, like almost 35 plus years ago, because I'm quite, I'm 58 right now, and I'm photographing since I was 20 years old. So how to build a critical site, the visual grammar, always with reference to archaeology, landscape photography, but also landscape painting. So in my photography, so I've also always studied, photographed, practiced, and scholarly work and research. I always combine both across the world because I think it's very, very important in the way with which you engage yourself to the practice, having as a background the research. So I always refer, even nowadays, to archival material, la papse, that's a joke. So to archival material from late 19th century photographs to early 20th century, because there is a lot to learn through the work of travelers at that time with the invention of photography, where they were traveling in certain areas of the world with antiquities, photographing monuments. So this quite shaped my way of looking and photographing and engaging the context, the landscape. So an archaeology of the present, archaeological documentation, seeing the unseen, excavating the present, projection of cultural memory. After my graduation as a fine art photography graduate with specialty in landscape, fine art landscape photography, my specialty as a professional was archaeological photography, and by the way, under-earth tombs in northern Greece, but also in Italy, in the Aegean. I photographed all kinds of antiquities painted during especially Hellenistic times with the use of ultraviolet and infrared radiation for the analysis of the painting technique of monuments. So this was quite occupied over 10 years of my career, but also photographing antiquities and excavation sites, which has formed me as my eye and has put me into a different position in the architectural photography, in the international scene, because of my background in archaeological photography. So my first commission for architecture happens in 1995 with the Greek curator, historian, architecture theoretician, George Simeoforidis, and it was the time when I met with Yannis Esopos. It's a very long time ago, I mean 1995, it's 2024 right now. So I was not intending to accept the commission because I had no time. I was I was head photographer for the Greek Ministry of Culture for monuments in northern part of Greece. I had a lot of work. I had no time for anything else. But he insisted so much, seeing my landscape photographs of Ottoman tombs, abandoned cemeteries in Istanbul, where I was photographing as a fine art work. So he insisted very much. And my first commission was the work of Takis Zenetos, for which Yannis spoke greatly and extensively this morning. So when I arrived to, this is a theater, it's an amphitheater where we have open air concerts, etc. In Athens, in Lycabettus Hill. If any of you has been in Athens, maybe you have been familiar with the Lycabettus, the theater. So I went up there. I was also a professional athlete, long-distance runner. So for me, physicality and the engagement of the body to the work is very, very important. I cannot just be in my comfort zone and be out there, photograph buildings and landscapes. So what I did, I climbed the hill and I photographed. This is my first photograph, actually, of Zanetto's work. And the cover photograph had nothing to do with the amphitheater. And the curator said, where is the building, the object? And I said, sorry, but why do I have to photograph the object? You know, and he laughed, I remember, so he decided to make this photo that, based on my ignorance, but on the other hand, interest for the context, indeed. So in the year 2000, I moved to the United States, in New York City, with the support of Fulbright Foundation. So I studied as a visiting scholar at Columbia University at the School of Architecture, Planning and Preservation. During that one-year stay at GSAP at Columbia University, I came across the work of Kengo Kuma through his water glass building. I don't know if you are familiar with that. It's quite, it's actually what made him, Manolis, very famous. And imagine at that time this building, I can't remember exactly when, but I think late 90s was finished, and it brought Kengo Kuma to somehow to the international arena. So I spoke to Kenneth Frampton. I think you are familiar with Kenneth Frampton, his name. So I went to his office and I said, but who is this architect? He said, my dear, you have to travel somewhere very far to meet with him. I said, well, no problem. So after a year at GSAP, Columbia University, I returned to Greece, becoming the head photographer for the Institute for Aegean Prehistory for Americans, working throughout the Aegean Sea and photographing antiquities, prehistoric sites. At that time, for a period of time, I was stationed at Knossos. You are familiar with Knossos, I believe, even if you haven't visited, but I'm sure you have heard of. So it was the moment when I said, I cannot take out of my mind this building. I have to go find this man. And I flew to New York. I met Frampton for an hour, and I said, I'm flying to Japan. And I went for 2 days. I spoke to Kengo Kuma, and then at that time, he had around 10 people in his office, right now around 400 people, with offices in Paris, Japan, etc. So it was our first meeting regarding this project. And why did I choose this project? Because I was in an architectural creation, architectural work, contemporary. As a landscape photographer and as someone who doesn't like being indoors, as a runner, as a nomad, and so on, I was so fascinated by the fact that you are indoors, yet you are outdoors. This connection of being out there, yet you are inside. So I was fascinated by this. But the question here, and always when I photograph architecture, even nowadays, after all these years of experience, is to reveal, where am I? How do I exist and traverse this space? What is the context and essence of place? What was the design intent behind this work, and how can I capture it? How can I invert content, context, hierarchy, and uncover new relationships? Architecture has been mostly photographed without its context. And that's, I think, it's a huge missing information. Even if we add some of its landscape around or surrounding the context, it's the way with which most image makers are focusing, seeing architecture as an object purely, isolating it from its territory, earth, vegetation, information about climatic conditions, and so on. So for me, always is very, very important. I'm photographing with a film camera with 4 by 5 inches or 10 by 12 centimeters. So it's a very bulky camera, very heavy, and actually with a very high cost. But it's worth it because the quality and the detail is unbelievable when you go to print like 2 meters or so. So for me, the importance of the connection of inversion, the inversion of content context is very important throughout my practice as a photographer, but also references. Most of the Italian guests, you spoke about Luigi Ghiri. And Luigi Ghiri, of course, me as a photographer, but you don't have to be a photographer to be inspired by him, has been a great inspiration, and other photographers, painters, filmmakers, and so on, as René Magritte, for example, or Luigi Ghiri, in the making of some of my conceptual monographs. Also, the projection of cultural memory. We cannot erase our past, where we are coming from. Coming from countries where we live, we breathe, we wake up and we face antiquities on a daily basis. It cannot be the same as being raised somewhere totally disconnected with the past, and thousands of years old past. So in my photographs, there is always this reference to antiquities of some sort. It's a metaphor, of course. The work of the painting of Arnold Böcklin, The Island of the Dead, was a great inspiration for me for the creation of my former monograph about a glass house of Kengo Kuma, for which I'll present to you right after. And the reason why is that we see the same exactly scene in different light conditions. So he made 5 versions of this building, of this island, the Island of the Dead, in 5 different light conditions. So this brings the question, how can architecture be photographed in a single moment? Is this single moment represents what this specific architecture work is about? No, it's not, because there is not one way to look at things. There is not one way of looking at your gardens, for example, Carlos, because I'm photographing for Carlos for the past 20 years. So it's how can you photograph landscape or architecture and landscape? You have one day within a year. It takes some years for you to build, to make something, and then you arrive to the site expecting that that single moment is enough to just talk about the project, but it's not. So when I made the glass wood monograph, it's a glass house in the forest of New Canaan, Connecticut, of Kengo Kuma, very close to Philip Johnson's glass house. It's my first conceptual monograph, published by Berlin-based Hagekans publishing house. But before that, I made the In Extremis landscape into architecture, when I examined in the periphery, because you talked about the periphery today, right? But depends how we, what is periphery actually for each of us? Like how do we define periphery? So for me, periphery is taking under consideration the fact that Delos Island in ancient Greece, during ancient Greek times, was the center of the world, the center of ancient Greece, and the center of Cycladic islands of the circle. So, but this was my initial monograph, In Extremis Landscape into Architecture, Columbia University Press. Since my early childhood, I was obsessed, since I was 4, 5, 6, with the globe, and imagining, without even having any connection to reading or writing, that I'm crossing the world at all times. I would be obsessed with this idea until I arrived to this publication 6 years ago, which the circle represents, the center of it is Delos, the circle is Cyclades, but then it's outside of this, the Mediterranean Sea, but then it's the periphery of the world, according to the first maps, what was defined as the center, the world and the center of the world, and whatever was outside the Mediterranean was the unknown, the barbarians, the unknown. So in this monograph, I examined the edges of the world, mental geographies, mapping the edge, infinity, and the horizon, geographies of light. So I traveled across the world for over 20 years, and mostly by myself, alone, crossing mostly deserts, coming from a desert city, Tel Aviv. I was always attracted to desert landscapes and remote zones of the world. Even when I was studying in undergrad in Athens, I would get the bus, travel 48 hours, go to the central Turkey, to the desert, and photograph in Cappadocia, where my mom wouldn't know anything. I will tell her I'm somewhere nearby with friends, so that she wouldn't be scared. Yes. So throughout the years then I decided to go to Scandinavian countries, but also in South America. I've been over 35 times, especially in Chile, photographing the relationship of architecture to the landscape, rock formations, earth, ice, desert. But then to return to Kengo Kuma, Transparency of Architecture, Encounters with Anti-Objects. So he published the book, Architecture, the Anti-Object with Architectural Association, which was, it's one of my favorite books of architecture by Kengo. So it's architecture dissolving into landscape, immateriality, materiality, illusion of depth, reflected transparency and time. These are the very important key points in my picture making, especially when it comes to his work. And I started, so the story starts from this house, which was, I photographed it in 2002 when I moved to live in Japan for photographing glass architecture across Japan for Tadao Ando, and many others, Taniguchi, Yamamoto, and so on. But since 2002, my bond with Kengo Kuma, or Kuma-san, as they call him in Japan, became very, very strong. And without even any force, naturally, we pretty soon realized that his design philosophy and my picture-making philosophy are naturally, there is a flow that allows it to be with no force. So I decided then during my PhD in Australia in 2013 to 15, in 3 years I finished it. So within this period of time, I managed to make 2 books, of which the one is the Glass Wood House, the New Canaan case study, where I examine transparency in nature, a visual lexicon, a glass wood monograph, cinematographic approach, the language, the photographic language for transient landscape. So Carlos, look at this, because this is quite important here. I think that is also, because we are discussing to make a book in the future with Mr. Hanikian. But what is important here, so the first time when I arrived to this glass house, which belongs to an American lady called Susan Polish, an incredible woman and very, very engaged, committed to this house. So this is originally a modernist house built in early 60s by Blackley during the period of Harvard 5. So the initial house form was, at some point, she wanted to make a renovation. So she invited Toshiko Mori from Harvard. But then she needed an extension, and she decided to go find, as well as I did myself, to find Kengo Kuma about the extension. So the extension here is this glass, let's say like a glass pavilion, where when I first arrived there in 2013, October 2013, I realized that this is not a 2-day, 3-day photographic work. It took me 2 years, 22 visits, to make this monograph of over 100 pages, thanks to the chief editor of Hajekans, Christina Steingraber, who accepted to make a book for an extension of a house, which is quite crazy if we think about it, you know. So my inspiration, what I did, I photographed it in 4 seasons, and I photographed the experience of architecture and landscape, the coexistence of two, and the blending of two in this forest in New Canaan, Connecticut. I was inspired by the work of 2 photographers, Jean-Luc Tartuin, his photographic series in the forest, somewhere in France, I can't remember, photographing the same forest in different seasons, so I was quite inspired by this, but also the American photographer from California, Richard Mishra, where he photographed the Golden Gate Bridge from his house over the course of a year or so. So you see he's photographing the Golden Gate every day, or from the same exactly position, and you see the transformation of the landscape, how the same place, the same object can be seen in many different ways. So for me also, part of this idea of the glass house was the lizard, that it adapts from the colors of nature that is around it. So that's how I saw the glass house also. In this case, what Kengo Kuma said for this photograph was that, in photography, to photograph against the sun is a kind of a rule that usually we don't make unless if we want a special kind of technique, etc., like In my case here, the reason why I photographed against the sun is to absolutely break the material, creating the immateriality, so what Kuma-san says here is the transparency of the transparency. So we have actually what we see, what is amazing here that it happens, is we have the information of the roof and the floor, and the tree trunks with the columns of the house becomes almost as tree trunks. So it's the absolute blending of an architectural work to the landscape. So reflection, refraction, aberration, transparency, distortion, texture. Also, often I photograph similar spots by changing, opening the window, creating movement, and so on. It's a kind of trying to make it as a cinematographic approach, narrative-based. So when we decided some years ago to make a book, it was not an easy task. This is a book that is over 260 pages. It's printed in one of the most lightweight papers of an extremely high quality. The book has been published by Hartmann Books in Stuttgart, Fine Art Publishers. I had the great freedom, he gave me the great freedom to choose publishers, graphic designers, and co-edit, as a co-editor, I had Aris Kafandaris, his staff, one of the project managers who works with him over 10 years, Greek architect who is based in Tokyo. So it was very, very important how to deliver a book, because this is a question that also Mr. Hanikyan will have, and many other architects, if they haven't published one, let's say a case study, a book, or about 5 projects or 3 projects, how do you bring together the work of 20 or 25 years or 30 years in a single monograph? This is a very, it can become a catalog, it can become a story, you can have a great editor or whatever you want, but to deliver also a great aesthetic throughout is a very hard task. You will realize when you will start working on it how to collect the materials, how to engage past works with new works. So we have an architect that has been so fast, developing so fast. From the time I met him, 10 people, to almost 400 people, and me working across the world, that two creators growing in this world globally, yet being able to deliver a book with consistency, that's the hardest task. Because usually in architecture works, I mean, I was seeing now some of my photos that I've made for Mr. Hanikian almost 15 years ago. So we see the different aesthetic, because here he has to do with resorts. So the aesthetic of resorts in Greece has changed dramatically to what is the way it is now, 5-star or very high quality resorts. So how do you bring together works of 20 years ago to what you do now, for example? It's not easy. With Kengo Kuma's work from this perspective is easier because we are talking about the urban landscape of Tokyo, you know, where it's a different situation, or some incredible houses in the middle of nowhere, or some bridges, and so on. But as a parenthesis, in between all these years that I've been photographing for Kengo Kuma, because I don't like to photograph from many architects as I used to do in the past, but I'm focusing in few because as a conceptual photographer, I prefer to dive into the storytelling and also bookmaking, because the books, my books, deliver the story, the concepts. That's why I act in my books as also the editor or co-editor. So this is a 3-volume monograph that I made in collaboration with Mark Mingram. To my opinion, one of the most incredible bridge makers, because his bridges are purely artistic. And most of you have been in Paris. I'm sure you are familiar with Solferino Bridge. That is between the Musée d'Orsay and Louvre, the gardens. So, but I chose a day, he called me crazy, because he loves calling me crazy. We worked together 8 years. I chose the day when there was a flood in the Seine. And because actually here it's a moment of winter time when there is a flood, and it was actually a very serious one. But it was exactly what the concept was about, that there is, in the bridge you go towards, there is this curve that you go towards the Seine, and then you connect with the water, where it is actually pedestrian and it's public space, people are doing sports, running, etc. But it was, so what is interesting for a photographer is when do we choose to photograph what and why? So the awareness of this is the fact that we create history. So we are now in Tinos and Delos Island, the birthplace of the god of sunlight, Apollo, is just nearby. I'm going there, I'm making my new book about Delos Island and a series of exhibitions. And I've stayed there around 30 days with the permission of the Greek Ministry of Culture, but also the French government. And I say government because French are the ones who are excavating in Delos for the past 150 years. So scientists, archaeologists are the only ones allowed to stay there. So I photographed at night. It's the birthplace of the god of sunlight, but also his twin sister Artemis, the goddess of moonlight. So I make from experimental photographs to all kinds of different, I'm not going to develop this now, but I'm just showing it to you. It's a pity you don't have the time to go to Delos. Yes, sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah, but everybody spoke for an hour about, yeah, it's fine. I understand. So, and it's the fact that, can I go to the next presentation very quickly, please? Please. So the important thing here is to understand when a photographer has all these kinds of different activities, because we are photographers, we are working in different projects. You know, you can lose yourself within all this, absorbed, I mean, by all this high intensity and engagement. So to keep up with something you have started 25 years ago, 24 years ago, and make it as a book project after 2 decades is a very hard task. And I'm very happy to unofficially, I cannot say much, but this book will receive one of the greatest awards, but I cannot say much, next month. But I will announce when I will be allowed to announce. So in the making of this book, I worked with the incredible office graphic designers from Stuttgart, Komamok, and the importance, because we talked about the conclusion here is that to keep up faithfully connected with what is your design direction as a photographer, because also is a design, how you frame the place, the landscape and architecture, brings a great responsibility, because photographers are the ones leaving the history behind of what is architecture. It has been architecture, whatever it has been built. It's about the historians, but also the historians are based in the photographs that the photographers have made. And the problem is that we are many, many photographers, and when the photographers run from side to side to make photos, they hardly realize the responsibility they bring, that what is there, that it has been left behind. The storytelling and how each architect designs and engages his or her work to the built environment, the landscape, be it urban or natural. So it was very important for our team to bring together all these elements of the design philosophy of Kengo Kuma, of my way of looking at things and photographing his architecture, to bring it to a book that engages so many different projects, from institutional to pavilions to private houses and so on. So it was also very, very important, because we talk about anti-object, the dissolution and the way with which architecture is embedded in landscape. But then when we go to make a book, what kind of paper do we choose? What kind of size of a book do we decide to make? And how all these elements fulfill the initial idea on how to make architecture, and how the photographer delivers all this through a book. So that's a very difficult challenge, to show the relation of content and context in architectural photography. Thank you so much.
Δεν πειράζει. Αναστασία. Αματοπούλου. Ωραία. Από πού είσαι, Αναστασία?
Κορίτσια που
άκουσα ότι θέλει να πάει στο τέτοιο, οπότε πήγαμε και πέσαμε πάνω. Με ενδιαφέρει να πάμε, ναι.
Εγώ ήθελα να σου πω ότι να την Τρίτη, γιατί την Τρίτη δεν δουλέψω.
Έχει
έχει προεκτική, αλλά δεν μπόρεσε γιατί δουλειά εδώ, λόγω και αυτό, κάτι άλλο. Και δεν πήγαμε. Θέλω να πάμε την επόμενη.
Δεν υπάρχει λόγο.
Δεν το ξαναπάω, τι έτσι, μία φορά κάθε 10 χρόνια να πηγαίνω.
Τελικά προλαβαίνετε να πάτε.
Θα δούμε τώρα το κάτι.
Τώρα αυτό όμως λέει, αν ξεκινήσουν τα δύο τα τερατάρια νωρίς.
Πρέπει να γυρίσετε γιατί έχει σχολείο. Αύριο.
Όχι, είναι αλλά είναι καλό και για εμάς να τελειώσουμε.
Κατάλαβε έτσι, μπορεί να κάθεστε άλλο.
Όχι, θα χάσω και τη Δευτέρα.
Δευτέρα πότε βέβαια.
Υπάρχουν μικρά.
Το κάνετε με
ναι, έχουμε μικρά. Μα καλά, δεν είναι μικρά. Τώρα δεν συνεχίζουμε. Καλά, ακόμα δεν ξεκινήσαμε, όμως δεν έχουμε αρχίσει. Δεν πειράζει, δεν θα σκάσουμε κιόλας. Όχι, είναι ευκαιρία να τα φέρουμε μαζί μας. Τι ωραία. Πάμε να κάτσουμε, γιατί είναι και μια άλλη ξεκινήσετε με τις σημειώσεις σας εσείς. Θα περάσετε μια βιβλία τραγού. Δεν θα είναι ο κύριος Βίραϊ, θα καλέσετε τον κύριο Πελούχο, την κυρία Κάλλη και τον κύριο Καβαράκη. Αυτή που την παρατέρμος είναι ο κύριος Χανιά, γιατί μπορεί να θέλει να πρέπει να πει το λόγο για να θέλει το λόγο και κατάσταση του διαλόγου του κύριου Βίραϊ. Ας είναι στήριξη.
Γι' αυτό κάναμε καθόλου σε κάποιες σημειώσεις και
όχι, πρώτα θα ξεφύγει
και για όλο ότι χθες κάναμε κάποια πραγματάκια. Γι' αυτό το λόγο, πώς με την κυρία Στάδο, πώς το
ωραία, γιατί δεν θα βγει το γράφηση να τα πούμε λιγάκι, γιατί δεν ξέρω τι έχετε γράψει.
So, good afternoon to everybody. It's not working. Δεν νομίζω ότι ακούγεται. Τώρα ακούγεται. Ακούγεται τώρα. Good afternoon, everybody. We are now starting the last session of, we're concluding this wonderful symposium with a roundtable discussion, and which will attempt to conclude and sum up some of the results of this wonderful and very fruitful meeting. Thank you, everybody, for coming and everybody who is attending. I think it was a very interesting beginning of a huge conversation, and many, many, many congratulations to everybody to Cassandra or to Anastasia Prassini who organized it, and Alessandro. That was a fantastic, fantastic symposium. So I would like to open the conversation with some questions, and please state your name and your affiliation so that we can start the conversation.
Okay, I'm Lena Athanasiadou from the Pan-Hellenic Association of Landscape Architects, and very glad to be here on behalf of the landscape architects. And
I'm Anastasia Podopoulou. I'm Vice President of the Pan-Hellenic Association of Landscape Architects. We are very glad to be here. Thank you.
Byron Kabarakis from the European Commission. Cohesion policy, we are helping Greece to grow and invest in new services and infrastructures.
Alexandra Stratou from the University of Patras.
Gianluca Peruffo and Partners Architect.
Henrietta Talley, Paris-based photographer of architecture and landscape.
Carlos Anikian, landscape architect.
And we can start with some questions.
Okay, on behalf of the, can we just say a bit about yesterday's session? Sorry. Yeah. Well, I have to wear my glasses. Okay. I just want to say that we wrote a couple of things about yesterday, and before Tasha starts to read, I'm going to say that it is an issue on connection on landscape and architecture. Something always troubles us, and I'm not quite sure that there should be this dichotomy even in words. I mean, landscape architecture, landscapers, we're all like working on the earth, and we're designers, so I think, as we said yesterday, we need to relate a bit more.
Well, a few key points from yesterday's session. There is a sense of unease when it comes to large scale. Policies for this scale are lacking. The larger the scale, the greater the complexity. However, even at medium and small scales, issues require interdisciplinarity. That was said many times yesterday. And dialogue, and design needs to truly relate and be part of social and ecological problems and challenges. Just to mention, it's very important that the human-made mass is larger than the living biomass today. Humanity's giant footprint on the planet is larger than and greater than the footprint of all other living creatures, and this is something very, very significant to think about when we design or study an issue.
And many specialities ought to be involved in identifying and solving these challenges. And interdisciplinarity is crucial, as the issues are too complex for any architect or designer to address alone. And we must move beyond the myth of the hero architect that we heard yesterday from you, I think, and embrace collaboration. In terms of smaller scale projects, Thomas Doxiadis yesterday highlighted a common issue in many projects across Greece. When construction begins, chaos often follows the beginning of the construction. The earthworks, the exposed soil, and disruption. Landscape architects are then tasked with restitching the landscape. However, this beautification is only one aspect of what this profession entails.
Yes, and I'm going to stick to that because that object that was mentioned yesterday, which is probably a building most of the times, is placed on top of the landscape. And sometimes it doesn't really relate because we have globalization of architecture, and it doesn't really, or shall I ask the question, does it really respect, relate, comes or responds to the landscape needs? And maybe the problem is small for if we are talking about a building or a gated hotel, but what about like a deserted settlement or Tinos Island, which has lost its context, right? Because the landscape has no voice. And Thomas Doxiadis mentioned that yesterday, but Eli Pangalou talked a lot about community and inclusion of people in designing principles and designers' choices. So how do we engage them? Designers, architects, landscape architects, planners, engineers, landscapers need to work towards the two other aspects of sustainability also, not just the economical, which is the social and the ecological. And I would rather say that the social aspect of landscape is a very deep issue, because landscape and architecture are very deep social and political issues. And to start a dialogue among all of these principles, disciplines, together with the policymakers, which I'm not sure how voices of people come across, you need to have a common language. As Mr. Esopos, on the other hand, mentioned yesterday, we're transitioning from focusing to the object, from the object to the field. He mentioned the word field. For us, field is landscape, and it is what surrounds us. To what extent this shift has been achieved in terms of policies and in terms of initiatives? Also, Mr. Esopos said that landscape is expanding. Landscape is expanding, and probably the discipline of the architect is expanding. I have to mention here that the European Landscape Convention was ratified 10 years after its beginning in Florence in 2000. It was ratified in Greece in 2010, and actually, I'm going to use this word that Mr. Esopos used for landscape architecture. Landscape is barely tolerated many times. So, regarding Mr. Atou's point on the slow movement, this is very evident, and it's a promising approach. I think tourism should, it does target slow movement, people that want holidays in March and not in June or August. And the slow movement is very essential. Bottom-up also initiatives are very essential. And another word that Mr. Anagnostopoulos mentioned is how do we sell? How do we sell good landscape practices? How do we sell landscapes themselves that have no voice? To conclude on that, we must consider not only the landscape's carrying capacity that was mentioned yesterday, but also who are going to be the carers of this landscape. If we look across our window, the carers of the landscape of Tinos were definitely the agricultural, the farmers. These do not exist. Mr. Kambaraki said, we sell this landscape, but this landscape needs maintenance and needs care, and who's going to do that? And the last thing about yesterday, which tourism do we offer as practitioners? What kind of tourism do we sell? Is it about just coffees and cocktails? From yesterday's conclusion, and I would like to give the word to you if you want to start, or the question, shall we? Okay, you want to make the first question to?
Maybe to Mr. Hanikian, who wants to leave in a while. It was very interesting, the closure of your talk. You talked about meta-landscapes. Was that a warning?
Well, this is a matter of how each one conceives it. It could be used as a tool, but again, it can be used as a tool with no, I would say, backbone, the way we already know it. Of course, it depends how data is being loaded on this machine that actually makes decisions for you. It depends what you give them. So if you go through the whole process that we discussed, probably it can produce landscapes even better than us. So I would say the scary thing is, what are we going to do at the end? Are we going to just put a check at the end and nothing else? This is an interesting thought of how not only our profession, but in general, how this will be evolved. And it grows so fast, and we see it every day. For now, we can use it as a tool for many things. It's very fast. It produces things that it takes weeks for us to produce, but I don't know what's going to happen at the end.
This first question to everybody. I had this silly thought, AI is in our life. We are living definitely parallelly in a digital world. I mean, my daughter is now in the hotel in her digital world, so I'm very much scared on how left out community, I'm going to use that word again, how left out the real people of the landscape are. Because we're in the symposium and then we're going to go away, but who's going to be here? Who's going to live? Do you think, all of you, AI will help because it uses information from different platforms to give you a solution? Do you think AI could involve, for example, like landscape character assessment, in a landscape character assessment method? Mr. Ratu, also this is a question, and could somehow combine community via digital platforms to give you an opinion on how their landscape would be? Do you think AI can be used as an advocate for community? That is
Would you like to?
We definitely support the communities and regional development. This is the essence of the policy we have in the European Union. And I must say, indeed, the land without the farmers, without the inhabitants, it's not that it's losing meaning, but if it's not, there is no physical presence of people. We have little islets in Greece. There's nobody there. We will not discuss about it. We discuss about the people and the land, and we want to see that emerging into better living conditions for the people. And this is what is called cohesion, social cohesion. There is a lot of inequality, there is a lot of injustice, and what I find extremely interesting, I fully agree, it was opening a huge conversation. I'm impressed by the material. It's like going through an artificial intelligence program, re-educating our eyes and brains, and what at the end stays is that there's a lot of creativity, which means that there are a lot of possible solutions. And what we want to encourage is to work to the solutions. We just don't expect these solutions to come from somewhere. They will not come from Brussels. They will not come from the government. It has to come from the bottom, from the people themselves who have created these beautiful landscapes, and they want to continue to live, and they love their land, and they love their origins. Yesterday I asked our guide about the pigeon houses and how do the birds know which is their pigeon house. And he had a very simple explanation. They find food, they find water, they stay, and they have their eggs there. And once they have their eggs, this is their home. So there is an origin, there is belonging, they have their roots, and I think all the people who live on these islands or smaller islands, they have their roots, they have their culture, and they want to preserve that, and we have all to have the respect for these traditions and try to make this grow, not to destroy. It would be a pity to destroy all these values that have survived since ancient times, and they continue to renovate. So tourism is good. Before people travel, ideas were traveling much faster. And therefore, I think with all these ideas that were presented the last 2 days, I think there is so much material upon which we can work and find new solutions. Thank you.
Any thoughts about the AI?
No, it's really difficult in this moment to understand this. The only thing that I can say is that, of course, I can give you an example that is not about AI, but in Italy, for example, we have 2-3 areas, that is Tuscany and Piemonte, that are places where the landscape is really well, there is a great maintenance of the for a simple reason, is that the agricole land, the value of agricole land is much more than the value of the building land, very simply, because of wine, because of olives, because all these things. So the fact that the work is real there means and create a landscape that works, that is still okay. I don't know if AI could help to have much more of this use of land. I don't know. Could be perhaps, in the sense that could be possible in technology. But surely what is clear is that landscape needs work, life. And if you work in a place, you see that place, and if you see that place, you know it, and you feel that you are part of this, and of course this one is a very simple thing. The other thing is that there is a truth in the landscape that is something that I wanted to tell today, but I told too much things. Is something about, is an example in the sense that if you think about the landscape where religion were born, there is a sort of truth in this, in the sense that monotheist religion were born in desert, first of all, while polytheist religion were born in Mediterranean area. This is a truth of the landscape, in the sense that you were speaking about the desert before, and of course, a man in the desert thinks of one God, not a lot of gods. While a man a human in our landscape thinks of a lot of gods, a tree, a river. And what is in our religion, that is a Christian religion, They were great because they maintained the polytheist way of thinking with saints. The saints connected to the places. And we have to be smart like Christians, in the sense that we have to understand that there is the truth in the landscape that is spiritual truth. And if we stay inside of this truth, perhaps we can go on in using it and in living in it. I don't know if AI will be smart like God. I don't know. Could be. Seems. But I think that this one is something that we have always to think about, in the sense that if the needs of God becomes needs of gods connected to a landscape, it means that we have to go in this direction, to go on in this direction, to be in touch with the landscape, I think.
You want to say something about AI? Or you had a question that was concerning Mrs. Attali's work?
Earlier today, let me check my notes. I think it was Mr. Villari. He showed us some chairs on a beach, and he talked about the ephemeral aspect of it all. So, and then you spoke to us about the ancient theater and the way that people can express themselves in public space, and that is lost nowadays. And somehow those things are connected in my mind, and I was wondering if, having in mind this ephemeral aspect, how should we think about the landscape, when it comes to designing it? Because you showed us also some paintings, cubist painters, where you see the form, but you have to look closer. And that is something that when we design something on the landscape, how can we be a bit, a lower profile? Okay.
It's a very interesting question. I think that, we work in general in a landscape that had the human hand in it, in general. And of course, belonging. But to understand belonging, you have to feel that you have to find the sign of human being there. That is a sign that a lot of times disappears to a fast looking. So I think that we need to create a sort of reading of these signs, and the pencil is always this, when signs, not only in the sense of form of nature. And I think that ephemeral could be really interesting in the dialogue with these elements that are very hidden and strongly inside the landscape, in the sense that a dialogue between ephemeral and these could be very interesting. In the sense of the theater could be the same, in the sense that the theater is connected to the mythology, and so there is something that is over in another place, but is there, and then you have to understand your behavior as a singular person in touch with this mythology. And something that is very similar, according to me, that you have to find the signs that are hidden, that perhaps you don't know anything, but then you discover it and you can understand much more, and then you can work on it with ephemeral elements that could create dialogue. And it was always so, in the sense that in our town, in the period of Renaissance or after Renaissance, all the ephemeral elements, when there were king arriving or queen arriving, were elements in dialogue with these, in the sense that were not something from a world that doesn't exist. And I think this one is something that is really interesting, because we understand the level of permanence of the element. That is very, very important in reading landscape.
Thank you. I think we're going to take another question from Mrs. Psalti, and then maybe a closing comment from you, or yeah? I think maybe we should conclude with the questions and then move on to a closing comment, maybe in Satali, and then we shall move forward to some conclusions.
Thank you. It was not a question, it was something about AI and how the community, just to give you an idea and discuss about it if you want. AI is important when we don't have the architect that feel, watch, love and take care of landscapes. I'm positive because I heard Jens Sesopos saying that in the university they are trying to educate new architects to do that, feel the landscape, and after that study. That was the first thing. And the second, that from the point of view of the community, we know our landscape and we want to keep it as it is. What we need is help at this moment, help from the professionals who works on our land, and from the policies that we need help, because I'm a technician too, I'm an engineer, so we need the legislation to be helpful for us to save our landscape. Thank you. And we are waiting for thank you very much that you are here, and it's very important to have your conclusions and give them to people here and other professionals. Thank you.
So, from my point of view as an image maker, with a great responsibility to what kind of story we tell, but also the history we are leaving behind, it's for the architects, as long as we talk about architecture and landscape, and the togetherness of these two, we talk about the effort that we should be making, the creation of this and that, but what we don't mention at all is how to train the photographers to tell the story. And for this, also the architects and the landscape architects or institutions, etc., have the great responsibility to engage greater with the image makers, be it photographers or nowadays anybody can call himself or herself a photographer, but I'm not examining this, I'm not criticizing this, but the responsibility is great, because at the end of the day, what stays there as a memory, we like it or not, is about the photographs. So it's not like the old cities and antiquities that they stay strong there. Contemporary architecture appears, disappears, comes and goes. Owners say, oh, okay, I don't like this, let's, demolish, let's make something new, etc. But so what stays there is creating history with photographs, the visual world, Instagram. I have nothing against that. We all talk about it as something bad. I don't think it's bad. I don't think social media has positive aspects as well. Depends on how we use things, but the great responsibility is with all of you, the architects, the designers, the creators, to engage more with the image makers and have a discussion, a dialogue with them, not ordering, but discussion, creation of communicating, bridging ideas, engaging, creating teams of thinkers together, so that the visual result is the one that also engages the qualities that you are looking for and you are trying so hard for years to bring there. So I think it's in your responsibility as well, and it's my responsibility has always been, but I have no problem fighting for my ideas, for example. No, but it's a joke, no? But it's very, very important how we deliver all the concepts for which you are all working so hard for years. So thank you very much for the invitation to be here with you as a photographer.
It is very important to have you here, and I'll say why in a minute. But what I'd like to ask Mr. Hankan, because we have a sort of a chicken and egg situation here, where we have seen landscape and architecture sort of come in different forms. There have been ways where we're looking at it and we feel that it is the landscape that came first and sort of has like a genius loci that sort of is waiting to come out of the landscape, and we have layers of different activities such as Alessandro Villari described, sort of coming one after the other onto the landscape. And then we have the landscape which is there, and then as Luigi told us, it's waiting for us to occupy it. But I have a sense that your landscape sort of come, of course there's a collaboration with the architect, but they sort of come after the architect. They're a creation. It starts where the architecture stops. And it is very much part of this stitching activity that also Thomas talked to us about yesterday. So I would like you to tell us where you stand in this sort of chicken and egg situation.
Well, as an architect and landscape architect, I think it's very important to have a collaboration. Once, for me, when you come to a project, the creator is the architect. You definitely have to respect his vision, and you have to work with his vision to create what they want. There are many times that you can disagree with it, but as a professional, you can say your opinion. You either go with the flow or you just leave. You have two choices. There are times that I left because it was so far away from what my ethics are that I had to leave. But whatever we do in my company, we definitely collaborate with the architects. It depends though, there are a lot of different, I would say, cultures, like working in Dubai, for example, landscape architect is a powerful entity and is so separated than the architect. The architect builds a building, and then the landscape architect does everything else, from swimming pools to fountains, everything. Of course, it's always important to communicate with the architect, but the final word is definitely the landscape architects. Here in Greece, it's totally different, and I would say in Europe. Europe, architects are also trained to do basic landscape, I would say hardscape, and the landscape architect's work is to work with the softscape, like putting trees, creating frames. Landscape architecture represents two things, hardscape and softscape. So it depends on the culture that you work with, and you go with the flow. I had a project, for example, which is in Eleftheres in Kavala, which for me, it's the most incredible landscape I've ever seen. And with a river, it used to be the old thermos there. And they decided to develop this project. And from this beautiful river, they wanted to do this cut and fill, huge, monstrous river thing that totally loses its value. And I said, excuse me, but I will not put my name on this thing. And I left. Of course, they didn't manage to do things, God, they didn't manage to destroy this thing. But eventually, when it comes to economics, one will actually do it. But then, I would say, the government is not helping because they require specific regulations when you do, say, housing next to a river where we have the floodplains and all that. And the engineers decide to create this channel that looks like Kifissos in this beautiful landscape, then what do? I mean, I can become a Greenpeace guy and get tied on a tree, but that doesn't solve the problem. Eventually, I think economics rule the game of architecture and landscape architecture. And once architecture is selling and landscape just enhances architecture, always landscape architecture is the last thing.
Thank you. So, do we have any other closing? Do we have any comments from anybody? I will. Great. Okay, so I think just to wrap everything up, I think there's the question of ethics has come up a lot, and architects mostly and landscape architects less have been accused of being responsible to a great degree for helping tourism along to create more extensive structures that maybe the carrying ability of some of the landscapes can give us. But here we have a fantastic redeeming gaze of the photographer who helps us see that architects and architecture have made great efforts to create in the context, and that context is very, very important. And it is the role of the architect to look into the genius loci and bring it forward. And I think that with the help of legislators and funding from different agents, we will be able to really bring forward what is needed for the landscape. And let us together, that was the most important message that we heard, collaboration, obviously between the designers, architects and landscape architects, but also with the people, with the community, and with the agents who are here to help this process. Let us hope that things will become better and better. Please.
You cannot blame an owner of a land because he wants to build something to make money, to build this huge hotel. You can blame the government or the people that make decisions that there's no planning. Basically, our work is to work in frames of a planning. In other countries, you can do something there, you cannot do it there. Simple as that. Here, you can do everything everywhere until you know somebody, and No, that's the bad thing. And at the end of the day, the planners who actually give land uses to areas, first of all, have to think of the specific land, not to destroy it. That's the biggest issue here, and not the architect that actually does that. Of course, there is the ethics that, if you agree so much with what you're doing there, I have other examples. What do? You do it or you don't do it. But at the end of the day, somebody will do it. So that's where the government comes and puts regulations and say, listen, you can work and do up to this point. And these should be strict and specific limit. At the moment these exist, nobody can do anything. That's, for me, where the problem is. And the planning should be very, let's say, severe looking into each part of how much you can destroy and whatnot.
Yes, thank you. I think that yesterday, with your question, Mr. Kabarakis, and with the comment that we had from the floor, I I think that you asked what would you like us to give you? What would you like us to do? So I think there is a will from the people, and also the government is catching up on that. So the ethical responsibility of designers is, apart from, of course, working within the constraints, which is the most important thing, and of course we are going to continue doing our work within those constraints, is to try to sell this idea of equilibrium and resilience for the city to the people responsible for legislating.
For example, in Cyprus, you cannot do what you want. Finish. And there's no something who is richer or he knows that they cannot.
I think we should close this session and maybe continue any kind of conversation between us. And thank you very much for attending this symposium. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming.
If I may add, because we were discussing yesterday what we can do more, and I've put up a picture. I think there are two things I want to say. One, do you know who that is?
Lady Gaga.
This is Lady Cassandra. So it's a bit of help, artificial intelligence. While we were listening to I was listening to the conference, I used these quick tools to help us communicate a message. So one is Cassandra, which we thank, and I thank personally, for organizing the event.
Λοιπόν, θέλω να σας ευχαριστήσω προσωπικά που ήρθατε όλοι από διαφορετικά μέρη για αυτό το συμπόσιο, για αυτή την πολύ μεγάλη προσπάθεια που κάναμε να γίνει αυτό το συμπόσιο σε αυτό το υπέροχο νησί την ΤΗΝΟΥ. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω τους ομιλητές μας και θέλω να ευχαριστήσω και το κοινό που μας παρακολουθεί διαδικτυακά, αλλά πάνω απ' όλα θέλω να ευχαριστήσω το Δημοτικό Ίδρυμα Κώστα Τσόκλη, τον κύριο Τσόκλη, την κυρία Χρυσάνθη Κουτσουράκη, την κυρία Ψάλτη που μας βοήθησε πάρα πολύ και όλους τους φορείς που μας έχουν βοηθήσει, προπάντων το Υπουργείο Ναυτιλίας και Νησιωτικής Πολιτικής, τον κύριο Κουτουλάκη, τον Γενικό Γραμματέα και την κυρία Νάσιου. Επίσης θέλω να ευχαριστήσω την κυρία Εκελοπούλου από το Πανεπιστήμιο Πατρών και θέλω να ανανεώσουμε το ραντεβού μας, παίρνοντας μια ευθύνη για μετά από 2 χρόνια, να ξαναείμαστε εδώ για μια δεύτερη συνέχεια, με άλλους προβληματισμούς, άλλες ερωτήσεις. Αυτά. Voi qua che devi salutare anche tu, perché il signor Villari è uno di questi che ha organizzato con me il simposio.
Kostas, come here, please.
Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Puoi dire 2 parole ai nostri amici? In greco?
Αγγλικό. Γρέκο, φίλοι μου, σας ευχαριστώ θερμά για την παρουσία σας, γιατί δίνετε έτσι, εκτός από αυτά τα πράγματα, τα ενδιαφέροντα που προτείνατε, και μια όθηση στη δικιά μας προσπάθεια να αναπτύξουμε λίγο τον πολιτισμό σε αυτό το νησί, που ενώ αυτός ο πολιτισμός το ανέδειξε, κινδυνεύει αυτή τη στιγμή να τον χάσει και να βρεθεί σε μια πρωτόγονη κατάσταση την οποία απευχόμεθα όλοι. Σας ευχαριστώ θερμά.
Yes.
Just to finish with the picture, the second reason the picture is on my question to Tommaso Lucianis. He said we need to be a bit more polemic. So I encourage you to be polemic. We have to play culture, territory, to do things better.
Thank you. So I want to say thank you. Thank you at all. Because I'm very happy to be here with you in these 2 days. It was hard work, hard job, but I was with Cassandra, the superhero of TINOS. And for this one, this event was successful, and I am very, very happy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.